evening. It's March 3rd, 2015, town meeting and election day, and we're here for the first regularly scheduled Brattleboro Selectboard meeting for March 2015, and I call that meeting to order. Is the tape recorder going?
No.
Do we have the tape recorder?
Yes, but you can continue on.
Okay. The first item on the agenda tonight, well, we know that the meeting's been officially warned?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The meeting's been officially warned. The first item on tonight's agenda is to approve the minutes from February 12 and February 17, 2015. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the minutes from February 12 and February 17. Does anybody on the board have any comments or suggestions about those minutes or any proposed edits? Is there anybody who's in attendance who's got any comments, suggestions, edits for those proposed minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting the minutes from February 12 and 17 as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed or abstaining? That carries 5-0. The next matter on the agenda is chair's remarks. Well, we want to welcome everybody who's in attendance at tonight's meeting. Thank you, members of the press and ASL interpreters, for being here with us. And thank you to everybody who's watching on TV. I guess I'll start by noting that it's election day and the polls remain open until 7 o'clock. So if anybody has not had the opportunity yet to vote, please come on down to Town Hall and vote. You can do that until 7 o'clock. The next thing that I would refer to is that over the course of the last year or two, there's been extensive, thank you, Jen. There's been extensive planning that's gone on within our emergency services departments for potentially dangerous situations, particularly school-related safety. And we had an incident a week ago Friday where a suspect in a burglary in a residential neighborhood went into a local school. I've had a chance to review the materials relating to that incident and to our emergency services department responses. And I really have to comment on what an excellent job was done both in prior planning so that we could respond effectively, and then in execution of our response to that incident. The Brattleboro Police Department's response was clear and decisive. The chain of responsibility and command was clear. Other neighboring agencies besides Brattleboro Police Department responded right away. Vermont State Police, Windham County Sheriff's Department, Department of Motor Vehicles personnel responded immediately and were able to integrate seamlessly into a clear response plan and chain of command. Ultimately, the suspect was located in the school, but the students who were there had really little or no knowledge that there was any sort of police presence or response going on at the location, and everything ended safely. We want to thank all of those agencies, Brattleboro Police Department and all of the cooperating agencies, both for participating in the planning and also in the execution of that response, kept everybody safe and tried to ensure and did ensure that there was zero trauma to any of the kids who actually were in the building at that time. So we want to acknowledge that work and thank everybody who participated. The other thing I would note before the town manager's comments, Mr. Allen suffered a number of losses in his family this week, and we want to extend our condolences and express our sympathy, and we'll just take a minute of silence. The next item on the agenda is chair's remarks. Mr. Rolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just one thing this evening, and it's really good news. It's results from some collaboration, both internally and externally, but it's going to require some fast action. So I wanted to call it to the board's attention this evening, and then we'll be following up with you at the next meeting and the next meeting after that with some actions that we'll ask you to take advantage of this opportunity. But it relates to addressing the Green Street retaining wall, and I know that you need to see the options and review with staff the options and make a decision about how to proceed with that matter, and I'm not prejudging that this evening, but all but one of the options would exceed $500,000 in cost. And so that's one of the challenges that has been facing us as we look at the urgent capital needs of the town, particularly the few that have come as a surprise and not been funded in the past. On this one, a couple of weeks back, I heard from Chris Campany at the Wyndham Regional Commission about a program that staff knew about, but I had not had the opportunity to discuss with staff through CDBG because of Brattleboro having a designated downtown, that we're eligible for some funding for a project like this that is outside of the normal just public structures kind of funding that's available, and relates specifically to economic support for designated downtowns. And they have an urgent needs program within that family of funding opportunities. This is clearly an urgent need. It's a wall that is increasingly at risk of falling down and creating a real crisis in the community. Talk to Patrick, who has talked with Steve Barrett. Together, they have communicated with the folks up at the state regarding the eligibility of the town for this, and this is considered to be not only eligible, but a very competitive grant application if we move quickly. So, in order to move quickly, we'll be posting in the Reformer, sending a notice to the Reformer tomorrow that'll be published on March 7th. We'll be back before you 2 weeks from tonight to review the options and have you select which course of action for us to pursue. And then we'll need to have almost immediately a public hearing regarding the grant application so that we can get it submitted by the April 6th deadline. The potential exists for the town to receive $300,000 of funding through this program to support the project. So we'll give more detailed breakdown of the costs and the revenue sources, but based on another grant opportunity through the state that is more sort of traditional funding for this kind of a project, there's a possibility that the lion's share of the cost of this project could be borne by the state with a relatively small town match. We'll put all of that together for you for the 17th so you can see the full story. We just wanted you to be aware that we're moving quickly on this under my authority in order to bring it to you in a manner where you would be able to take advantage in your policy decision of this significant funding opportunity.
Thank you.
The one last thing, I'm sorry, that quick follow-up meeting we'd like to have on the 23rd. We're going to ask you this evening anyway to hold an organizational meeting on the 23rd, following town meeting, your annual organizational meeting. I would like to have this grant item be a second item on that agenda. Thank you.
And so we'll be asked to give times on that Monday, the 23rd, when we can have a meeting, and we'll try to get that information to Jan as soon as possible so that can be squared away.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. That's great news. I know that we are going to ask the voters to authorize us to spend money from the surplus, but if we can get almost $500,000 to help build that wall,
absolutely,
that money will be able to go to other projects. That's
exactly
good news.
Right.
The next item on the agenda is select board comments and committee reports. Anybody have any comments or committee reports?
Yes.
Dave?
Anybody else? Well, a few things. One is the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Thursday evening will be determining which of the finalists they want to enter contract negotiations with to build up to 5 megawatts of solar panels on the covered landfill on Ferry Road, which is a great thing that's come together relatively quickly, but really well. And they're also the trustee for the carbon harvest facility that failed at the district is assigned the property or the lease to a company to negotiate with the district, and they're very interested in building an anaerobic digester, which would be about a $6 to $8 million facility. And Patrick has been coming to the meetings and actually and was involved in the whole process of looking at the solar proposals, and has represented us very well in that process. And I think we're in really good shape. And I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, other than it's just really good news.
No, I think things are moving along in a very positive direction, both for the district and for the town.
Yep. And I also, unless things didn't go well, I'd like to welcome our town manager to the taxpayer rolls. He closed on his new home yesterday.
Yeah, things went well, and I'm glad to be a town taxpayer and a town voter for the first time today.
And not to seem ungrateful to the state for the potential funding for the retaining wall, but the Appropriations Committee in the Vermont House is considering taking away some of the property tax. They don't pay us anywhere near the value of the state property tax on the value of the state properties that are in town. They have a spreadsheet formula that does it, and they're talking about taking even more of that to help deal with their shortfall, which will obviously increase our shortfall. So anyone who is here's this message, please contact your legislators. They're all home this week. And also the chair of the Appropriations House Committee is Mitzi Johnson from Grand Isle. And you can email her at mjohnson at legis.state.vt.us and let her know that you would rather they not continue to underpay their taxes. That's my little lobbying effort.
Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else on the board? I would just briefly note that Traffic Safety Committee met, and we actually have a separate agenda item about a proposed collaboration between the town and Local Motion to help us further develop our traffic calming plan and to help us prioritize and develop responses to traffic safety issues within the town. So that'll be a separate agenda item coming up. Anybody else on the board? The next item on the agenda is public participation. This is a chance for anybody who wants to speak to something that's not on the agenda to comment on it. So microphone's open if there's anybody in attendance who wants to speak to something that's not on the agenda. Seeing nobody having gotten up. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business. We have 3 items that are continuing on from prior meetings. The first one is pay-as-you-throw, the public education and enforcement contracts. So just to bring everybody up to speed, at our last meeting 2 weeks ago, we adopted a series of measures giving structure to the pay-as-you-throw process that's going to unfold later in the spring. And the motions that were considered and adopted actually are in the minutes that we approved at the beginning of the meeting. We left open the last part of the pay-as-you-throw, which was for education and enforcement. So, Peter, if you could explain where we stand now and what are the alternatives the board's going to be considering?
Yes. You had before you, at the last meeting, 2 alternatives. One was a proposal from Waste Zero, who has been authorized to be the provider of the bags and other services to the town, for Waste Zero to also provide the education and rollout of the program and the materials that would be used in that process. You also had a separate proposal before you for Moss Taylor to provide those services in a manner similar to what he did in the past with the recycling programs in town. During the discussion at that meeting, it was indicated that it would be that you would like to see what it might look like for the two of them to collaborate, since a lot of that discussion focused on the comparative strengths of the two organizations, with Waste Zero being national in scope with lots of experience in other communities, and Moss Kaler being somebody who's very familiar with these issues and invested a lot of time in these issues here in town. The two parties did work together in the meantime and did come up with a proposal that they've submitted that's part of your backup this evening for how they would collaborate on a third option for how the town could proceed with the education, the promotional materials, and the enforcement of the requirements of pay-as-you-throw. If you were to choose the Waste Zero option, the total cost of that would be $17,000 in contractual services plus an undefined amount that would not exceed $6,000 for the printing and mailing and advertising. If you were to choose option B, which is Moss Kaler providing the services, that would be for a total of $21,250 plus approximately $6,000 of mailing, printing, and advertising.
Wait, can you say that again?
Sure.
21?
$21,250 plus the 6 would be $27,250 for an upset figure.
Okay, because it says 19 in our little memo thing here.
That's in the option 3, actually, which I'm about to get to.
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention.
No problem.
I am paying
Sure.
attention. I'm confused. Okay.
So the first is Waste Zero doing it alone.
Yeah, yeah.
You already had that material previously. The second is Moss Kaler doing it alone, and you've had that material previously. What you have this evening shows the breakdown and the description of how they would work together. The total price of for the two combined would be $23,250 in contractual fees, plus the approximately $6,000 for the townwide mailing, printing, and advertising. So the total upset figure of $29,250. Again, that first one is less defined. The $6,000 was not set forth in the Waste Zero proposal in the same manner as it was in the Moss Kaler proposal and the combined proposal. But it's a reasonable estimate that it would be that or somewhat less for that, probably in all three cases. So the three figures would be, if you incorporate the $6,000 into the numbers, it would be up to $23,000 for option A, up to $27,250 for option B, and up to $29,250 for option C. Staff does recommend that you seriously consider option C for the combined benefit that it provides, because of the fact that it brings to the process the strengths of both parties, even though it has a slightly higher cost. And if at the appropriate time, either now or during your discussion, I'd like to offer the comments that we received this afternoon by email from Steve Lasauskas of Waste Zero. He is also expressing support, encouraging you to approve the third option, the combined option. He was not able to be here because of the weather this evening, so he offered to be available by phone. We were concerned that that would be logistically difficult, and I advised him that I would share his email with you, and I can read that paragraph now or later, whatever you prefer.
You want to read it now?
Sure.
Please.
So Steve Lasauskas from Waste Zero says, please know that we are fully in support of the Moss Kaler Waste Zero joint proposal for option C services. We believe it will provide the best of both worlds to the residents of Brattleboro, with deep local knowledge and significant outreach on the ground, combined with the lessons that we have learned from implementing hundreds of waste reduction programs across New England and the United States. The partnership represents a new model for community engagement and outreach that we are truly excited to engage in. It may serve as a model for Waste Zero writ large as we continue to work with communities to increase recycling and reduce solid waste.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Is there anything else that should be offered from the administration right now about this choice we need to make between these three options?
No.
All right. I know Moss is here. I don't know if there's anybody else who's in attendance who's available to comment on this public education and enforcement a component of the pay-as-you-throw. But I guess I want to know whether there's anybody on the board who's got any comments or any specific questions before we ask Moss if he's got anything to offer, or anybody else if they've got anything else they want to say. Anybody on the board? Is it?
Just one thing, yeah. I wasn't at either of the previous meetings when this was discussed, but so I'm looking at it sort of the separate ideas and the kind of for the first time. And I think it's really important, given the conversation I had with my mother-in-law and that she's had with her friends about, I hope there's somebody here that's going to be helping us figure this out. So I'd like to recommend that we, in view of our agenda and in view of the comprehensive nature of what got worked out, that we move it as quickly as we can.
Anybody else on the board?
I haven't really changed my mind since the last time. And to be honest with you, option 3, the proposal gave me more questions and confused me a little bit more than I was before. So I don't know what else to say. It didn't help me. I think you were.
Are there questions we can answer?
Well, I mean,
for you about it?
I can concerned because we've gone from, first of all, in the proposal, there's a lot of, we really don't know what the printing costs are going to be, and this is based on, you know, local printers, and there's always the, well, I'm not sure, I'm guessing. I guess I would, if Waste Zero were here, I would love to ask them, do they do their printing in-house, and can they do it, you know, cheaper? We don't have that from them. I think we're guessing the 6 based on, you know.
The communication we've had with Waste Zero about printing costs is that it wouldn't exceed the 6. They were aware of the estimate of 6
Right.
in Moss's materials,
Okay.
and they said it really would depend on the final decisions about, you know, how many different
Things per
pieces to produce, and the, you know, what would be mailed versus what would be distributed in other manners and so on. But whatever we might decide together would not exceed the 6,000. It
Okay.
might be less.
Okay. And then we're talking about, there's just certain things about assisting Waste Zero and finalizing the retailer agreement. We approved having Waste Zero do all the distribution and dealing with the retailers. So we're paying them, yet we're going to put this in. I mean, I think that's another duplicative thing. Like we voted last week to have them do that. So that concerns me. I also concern, and I guess curbside compost is, you can say it's part of pay-as-you-throw, but we're paying somebody to do curbside compost, which to me is separate from this. I'm really concerned that we're saying any additional ongoing work, you know, does that mean we're going to pay somebody more if that's the thing? I also don't understand how we get to the breakdown of $4,250 for Waste Zero and $19,000 for Moss. It's not broken down here anywhere. I don't know if it's arbitrary. I'm also concerned that we're paying somebody retroactively. Does that set a precedent for if we have another contractor who doesn't have a contract but keeps going? You know, are we doing things that, I mean, I'm just really concerned about some of this stuff. I'm also concerned, one more. Last week, we had the bid on the snack bar, and we were told we had to take the lowest bid. So I'm wondering why all of a sudden on this thing, we don't have to take the lowest bid. And I'm also concerned because the second bid was put in after the first bid. I mean,
Right.
this whole thing is just, you know, I'm not saying there's anything bad going on, but it's bothered me from the beginning, and coming in with now a proposal that's costing us, you know, $6,000 more than it could, you know, given the whole snack bar thing, you know, all these things are just of concern to me.
Sure. May I?
Please.
I have 3 answers, and we can go deeper into any of the other issues if you want, but I think some of what you just offered were observations, and then some were questions, and there's 3 things that I can answer to the questions, which are on the retroactivity, it does not set a precedent. We should make sure that the motion is carefully crafted if you are inclined to approve it. Staff would recommend that this be retroactive to January 1st if either option number 2 or option number 3 is selected tonight. If option number 1 is selected tonight, then we have a conversation we probably need to have further outside of this setting with Moss Kaler and then, address that or not another time. But this is an unusual situation because of the state mandate, because of the work that's been ongoing for months. So there was work that continued, not just unilaterally by Moss deciding he was going to keep working and hope to get paid for it, but based on communication with town staff about the work that needed to not stop in order to make sure that we were ready to meet the July 1st deadline with the rollout of this. So our staff recommendation was, when we brought this material to you, and continues to be, that Moss be compensated for the work he did during January and February, even though it did the original contract with him for this work did expire on December 31st, and it is an unusual situation that we find ourselves in. It doesn't set a precedent, I don't believe, because it's not a situation we would expect to repeat. On the breakdown of the costs, Waste Zero and Moss Kaler arrived at that breakdown. It isn't arbitrary. It does reflect the services that each would separately provide as part of this collaboration, but beyond that I can't speak to the details of it, and if you want to know further as to component pieces of how they arrived at those numbers, we should ask Moss to speak to that. And finally, regarding what would distinguish this from the advice that we provided to you regarding the snack bar, that was a low bid construction contract, so the rules that apply to it are not the same rules as would apply to this situation, where there was a competitive process that was based to some significant degree on the qualifications of the individuals who wanted to provide these services to the town, not exclusively on cost. And so then there was a weighing of that in the recommendation that the pay-as-you-throw committee and staff have made to the board, and there's also, you're weighing that in your decision-making processes, which is what allowed the potential for there to be a combined effort in the proposal for the option C that you've seen this evening. So legally, there's no problem. Bob Fisher's well aware of the path that we've been on, what we've brought to you this evening. There's no problem with you proceeding with any one of these three options, whichever you deem best for the town.
More, Kate, did you wanted to say at this point after hearing that, or you're all set for now? John?
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep the emotional aspect out of this from previous, but I'm still a believer that, and I agree with everything that Kate put down, but I'm still a believer that there isn't that much work left that we have to do, and I'm in total faith of Net Zero or Waste Zero can handle what we have to do, and just for the little, the more output of money. At this point, I still don't see a need for it. I think there isn't that much more education that we have to do. Triple T is going to do a fantastic job. Waste Zero is going to do a fantastic job, and and I'm not going to expound too much more on it, but I just want to, I don't see the relevance of bringing another layer into it. I liked what Waste Zero had to say. They're a recognized company. They've done this a lot. So I'll just end it there. So I don't have any specific questions, but it still goes back to my.
Did you want to speak right now? Because I'm ready to go to speak unless you are. All right. I think that each of the three options that's presented to us right now offers different things. And I have some concerns about the straight Waste Zero proposal, because as I'm reading it, as I understand it, it doesn't contain the follow-up services relating to enforcement, and I think that that's a very important aspect of proceeding forward. So, John, you and I disagreed last time, and we'll continue to disagree
absolutely.
this time. I think there's significant education and implementation work that needs to unfold going forward in order to be able to be ready for pay-as-you-throw to begin effectively on July 1st. And even after pay-as-you-throw begins on that date, we're going to need ongoing enforcement. And I think having somebody on the ground who knows the community to be able to assist in that process is way, way important. So I'm in favor of this option 3, which is a collaboration between Waste Zero and Mr. Kaler to provide these services. I'm not hearing that the $6,000 in printing costs are different from one to the other. So essentially, we're talking about a spread of about $6,000. But my sense is that, and my understanding is that option 3 provides much more comprehensive wraparound services, combining the expertise of both Waste Zero, which has done this before, and Moss, who's been doing this in the community and knows the community. So I'm in favor of option 3, and that's why. Is there anybody?
I want to say, having lived in a community that underwent these transitions and being familiar with some of the confusion that arose, even though it's an additional expenditure for the town, I feel like for us to get off on a really good beginning is worth, in the long run, the additional money that it will cost to support and fund a collaboration. What it does to me is it puts my mind at ease that, you know, it's sort of like belt and suspenders, that we have somebody tried and true who's worked on it. I totally respect and understand, you know, that if we're able to do something less expensively without a negative impact, that is the way the select board should be thinking. But in this particular circumstance, I would be in favor of spending the additional money to make sure that people have the education and the follow-up, and somebody known in the community is going to be able to address it, I think, fairly efficiently. So that's where I stand.
Anybody else on the board at this moment? Is there anybody in attendance who wants to speak to the matter? Moss, if you'd like to explain the proposal a little bit to us and speak to any of the issues that you've heard raised.
Prepared for someone very tall.
A giant.
Not very short, like myself. Just to give a little history, there's some concern about my getting paid retroactively, and I think the board should keep in mind that having started work with the Pay-As-You-Throw Committee last July, being contracted with the town through December 31st, the Pay-As-You-Throw Committee, Patrick and the other members of the committee had recommended and decided and voted amongst themselves to go forward in the education phase with a local approach as opposed to Waste Zero. And Patrick asked me in early December to put a proposal, give him a proposal going forward that would start January 1st and on. And also knowing that the select board, I think it was in the September 16th select board meeting, asked the committee to bring Pay-As-You-Throw on board as soon as possible. If it would be possible to get Pay-As-You-Throw going before July 1st, that was your preference. And there's a lot to be done, and so I have put that proposal forward in December, followed it up with more detail that Patrick asked for, and only until 2 weeks ago at your select board meeting did I understand that there was a possibility that I may not be working towards the rollout of Pay-As-You-Throw. So consequently, through the month of January and February, I have continued to work on the things that need to be done, meeting with people, social service agencies, Housing Authority, Wyndham Housing Trust, condominium associations, Tri-Park, and so on and so forth, as well as working on literature for a town-wide mailing. And I've kept track of those hours in case there's some question as to just exactly what I did during the month of January and February. I had anxiety, but understood 2 weeks ago when Kate suggested, well, you know, Waste Zero has some real strength and history to bring to pay-as-you-throw in Brattleboro, and the suggestion was made that perhaps Waste Zero and myself could join forces and put together a joint proposal. And in the past 2 weeks, Steve Lasauskas and I, along with Joshua Coling, have been on the phone and exchanging many emails, and as we worked on the proposal further, both of us got very excited about the possibilities. As Steve wrote in his email that Peter read today, they actually hope that this is a model that Brattleboro will accept and go forward with in the next months on our pay-as-you-throw. And it might also be a model that Waste Zero can take to other communities. One small anecdote, I watched a 2-hour pay-as-you-throw meeting from Sandwich, Massachusetts, and there was a Waste Zero employee in attendance at that meeting, and out of that 2-hour meeting, he probably had a lot to offer, but the public, the citizens of Sandwich, really wanted to talk to the select board members. They wanted to talk to the person who is spearheading pay-as-you-throw in that community. And the man from Waste Zero spoke for just a few minutes, and all the other questions were directed at local people. And I think I received a lot of calls over these months and years. Both Jan and Barb and Patrick and Callista have often shuttled calls from the public to me, and I think a lot of people really do appreciate that local touch. As to how the price was derived, Waste Zero, we broke down, Steve Lasauskas and I, Waste Zero is going to do X, Y, and Z, and Moss Kaler's going to do, you know, A, B, C, D, or whatever. And we both came up with our prices independently. I have no idea how Steve came up with $42.50. I do not know. You'd have to ask him. For myself, I went down and as I might do on a construction job, John, I looked at the different tasks to be done, and for each one I said this should take, you know, between whatever, you know, 8 hours and 12 hours, and I added it all up, and I basically took the middle, because as you also know, you know, every part of a job doesn't take the least amount that you expect it might take. It doesn't take, you know, it varies. And I basically took the average of that and multiplied it out, and that's what I came up with. One last thing about the mailing and the $6,000. Steve Lasauskas was kind enough to meet in November with Patrick, John O'Connor, and I, and we were not at that point had any idea whether we were going to recommend that the select board go with Waste Zero. We just knew that they had a lot of experience with pay-as-you-throw, and Steve offered to talk to us. And he did say that most often in their mailings and printings, they try to work with a local company and local printer and local mailing. As I pointed out, I've been working on the premise up until recently that I would be responsible for these items, and I've been in lengthy discussions and emails back and forth with MailRite, it's now called 5 Maples, in Putney for the bulk mailing, and also with Howard Printing. And that's essentially where the $6,000 comes from. And so if Waste Zero were hired by themselves and were to use the local businesses, which I would hope the select board would support, that we use local businesses, the cost is going to be very close to that same $6,000.
Thank you, Moss.
Yep.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please. Anybody from the board have any questions?
Hey, Moss, are you charging this by an hourly rate?
I had to do something.
So what's the?
$30 an hour.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, good. I just want to say one thing, too. You can, this is just a comment. I'll make a comment. Just to clarify, because I want people to understand why I'm concerned about the retroactive. It's great that the pay-as-you-throw committee got together and voted to keep Moss going, but they did not have the authority to do that. That's not their authority. So that's, because it's news to us that this happened until I saw it. So I just want to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, speak to that.
I would say that the question of the retroactivity and paying for work that's gone on between January and 2 weeks ago or today, arguably is a different question than what's the best path going forward for rolling out pay-as-you-throw. And I don't know that it's been analyzed separately, but I happen to think, while I hear your concern totally and don't discount it at all, I think they're really separate issues.
Well, I just want the public to understand that it wasn't the select board, that pay-as-you-throw committee did something, even though they're great, that they were not authorized to do. That's why I'm
May I
bringing it up.
clarify? Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that staff actually owns that. And you're quite right that the select board didn't make that decision, which is why we've tried to explain that as part of this package, not so much tonight's package, but the prior full explanation of pay-as-you-throw. It is, as I stated earlier, an unusual situation. I wouldn't expect it actually ever to repeat. I think there were a number of different factors related to the transition in leadership. You know, I was soon to arrive, but I wasn't here yet, and the pressure to move forward with the pay-as-you-throw program was significant, and the committee was involved, and there were just a number of different things going on at one time. So we're responsible for the fact that Moss continued, and we knew he was continuing, and we knew we would soon be coming to you to address the forward-going decisions that you're about to make, and determined that we would address that matter in this setting. In the meantime, that process has gone on a little longer, and in retrospect, it probably would have been better if I had brought to you the decision back, you know, as early as my first meeting with you about what was going on in January and February. But we didn't do that. So because we didn't do that, because the work got done, because you know the story about why, it continues to be my recommendation that we should compensate him for the work that he did.
And just to beat that dead horse, I'm sorry. There is a lot of authority that the town manager's office has to incur necessary expenses for operations of projects that are in process and that are going forward. And there are many expenses that we don't micromanage and that we don't individually approve. Work was done to address what the cost would be to make repairs to the municipal center. And that was done under the authority of the town manager's office without the board having been specifically consulted or having specifically authorized it, because it was necessary work for projects that had to unfold. So there's a way in which this is a retroactivity question, but there's a way in which this was just an expense that had to be incurred and that was continuing to be incurred. And it happens regularly. Other questions, comments from the board? Anybody else in attendance who wants to speak to this at all? So, I don't know exactly what the vote of the board is going to be. So, there's...
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Why don't you just
Somebody make a
start
motion.
with the first one that,
Somebody should just make a motion.
you're right.
Right. I mean, we can just make a motion. Somebody can make a motion. You guys can go first, or I can go first, one or the other. Option one is
Go
to...
through all one and two.
Well, option one is to enter into contract just with Moss for education enforcement services. Option two would be to enter just into a contract with Waste Zero. And option three would be to enter into contract with both Waste Zero and Moss Kaler for services.
And if you want to pick the appropriate motion
Right?
for that, they're here.
Why don't you just
So-
start with number three?
We'll start with number three then. All right. I move for the town of Brattleboro to authorize the town manager to enter into a contract with Waste Zero to design educational literature, assist with development of the town's pay-as-you-throw webpage, to analyze and present Brattleboro's pay-as-you-throw success at regular intervals in an amount not to exceed $4,250. And with Moss Kaler to provide support services to Waste Zero with product design, provide retail support, provide public education forums, support expansion of curbside compost program, assist Waste Zero with public relations, gather data and provide the municipality with enforcement support services in an amount not to exceed $19,000, plus materials costs not to exceed $6,000, for a total of $29,250. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay.
That carries 3-2, I believe. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries 3-2. Is there any further discussion on the pay-as-you-throw old business item? Next item on the agenda is to award the bid on the West River Park Snack Bar restroom facility. We promised Carol she'd be early in the agenda. So, I'm sorry, you've been pay-as-you-throw for a long time, but, you know, we'll keep you here for election results.
It's still early.
Carol, if you want to talk with us about the snack bar, actually, I think probably if you want to come up to the table, but it's really for Peter or Patrick to tell us about the procurement policy. So what was left open at the last meeting is that there was a low bid that was about $400 less than the next bid, and we wanted to know if we could award the bid to the second lowest, because they were a Townsend company rather than a Swansea, New Hampshire company. So we asked about procurement policies. Is Patrick going to speak to this?
I'll speak to it in summary. If you want to take a deeper dive, then Patrick is the one who did the research and conferred with Bob Fisher on this. But the bottom line is that there's actually a number of different reasons why. There's not just one place to point to in the town's procurement manual, but based on state law not requiring one way or the other, we have flexibility under state law. What's governing here is our town procurement document, and in that document, for several different reasons, it is required, actually, that you choose either to not award the bid or to award it to the low bidder. There is not the flexibility to make a decision to award to someone else for a geographical reason or any other, except if the low bidder was had submitted a bid that was flawed, and they did not. So our recommendation is that you award to Ingram Construction of Swansea, New Hampshire, in the amount that they bid, which is set forth here in the motion.
Anybody on the board have any questions or comments? Patrick, do you want to add anything?
No, I mean, not unless anybody has a specific question. I guess the only thing I would offer is Mr. Fisher contemplated the question and let us know that state contract law would have us adhere to a board-adopted policy. Board has an adopted policy on this, and that policy document asks that we purchase all goods and services in a manner that provides full and open competition. As such, there would be no reason to preference one company over the other, and so we should stick with the lowest bid.
Anybody who's in attendance or anybody on the board have any other questions or comments? Well, then we're ready for a motion on the snack. Carol, did you want to say anything? Then we're ready for a motion on the snack bar.
I move we award the bid for construction of the West River Park Snack Bar restroom facility to Ingram Construction of Swansea, New Hampshire for $63,734.
Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed or abstaining? That carries 5-0. Next matter on the agenda is committee appointments. We were going to have interviews at 6 o'clock today because we had 2 names for an open slot on basic, and we had delayed last week. voting on the one nomination of the person who would put their name in to serve on basic, because it appeared, based upon communications that I've seen in many different forums, that there might be tension between that person and the committee. So that other applicant has withdrawn their name, and Ms. McLaughlin has submitted her name. And so it looks like we've only got one person who's expressed interest now on joining the basic committee. Does anybody want to make a nomination for the basic committee?
I
Hold on.
move we appoint Elizabeth McLaughlin to the Basic Committee.
Thank you. We have a nomination for Elizabeth McLaughlin to join basic. Are there any other nominations? Is there any discussion about that nomination from anybody on the board or anybody who's in attendance? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? That carries 5-0. Congratulations, Ms. McLaughlin. Thanks for volunteering. If anybody can help out, you certainly can, you know. Glad and lucky to have you. The next matter on the agenda is under new business, dog park and skate park. Skate park, dog park and skate park.
He's already started.
Presentation and update. We're already having trouble. So I guess we'll start with Peter updating us, or Carol. Hi, Carol.
How you doing? Thank you for the placement on the agenda.
Totally.
So with that being said, this agenda item is kind of unique as it encompasses two new programs that we'd be adding to Living Memorial Park. And my point here behind me is to get you acclimated with what we're going to be talking about here this evening. For the first time, we're going to be discussing the dog park. Later, I'll have, in a moment here, I'll have Rachel Salsky to come up and talk about the dog park. But also, many times you have heard from the skate park crew. And I suspect you may hear a couple words from them this evening. But this is a nice view of Living Memorial Park. And to get you, on base here, you're coming into Living Memorial, and you're coming all the way up to the park, top of the park. And way up here, you're going to run into the Kiwanis Shelter. The two areas that we're talking about to adding some new programming to Living Memorial would be this area here, which is on the outside edge of the road leading up and along the tree line, which is about 8,000 square feet. Inside that area, give or take, is about 6,500 square feet. That would be for the proposed skate park. And then we can talk a little bit later on what these red lines mean in relationship to this picture. But to get your feet on the ground and your mindset into what we're talking about this evening, I wanted to set the stage. So setting the stage so you know what we're talking and where we're talking. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, Rachel and Marianne came before the Recreation Parks Board back in late fall. The dog park has been an item that has been talked about for a number of years. Several different citizens over the years have come to the department, come to the Recreation Parks Board, and expressed an interest. We looked into possibly putting it into West River Park. That was, permitting didn't allow us to do that. So in this situation, Rachel, Marianne came before the department, worked with staff to try to find a suitable area within our town parks that would house a skate park. Not a skate park, a dog park. I don't want to you're putting them on the same item here. You're going to have some mistakes like that tonight. So but with that being said, I don't want to take away any of Rachel's wind out of her sail and take any of her presentation away. So I'd like to invite her up here.
Before we do that, Carol, could you please show us where does the ski tow start and end, and where do people ski? Because I understand the red lines have to do with some issues about skiers interacting with the skate park. So can you show us where's the tow?
Yeah, the tow is approximately in this area here.
Carol, if you could just move to your closer to Patrick.
Patrick, let's get close.
It's unusual.
There you go, I should have been on that side. So, as Rod said, you start here and then you're gonna go all the way to the bottom, down here. Okay, this area here is an area that presently, there's, LMPSS, Living Memorial Park Snow Sports, for years has had a contract with the town. And, it's not just straight up and straight down. You want to add a little bit of variety to your day, or your skiing day. So some of, as they actually groom, and we got some individuals here from snow sports, and you're more than welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. But, some of the grooming that they do is along the roadway around here, because sometimes kids come down in this area and decide to do a little bit of cross-country skiing, then downhill skiing, make the loop, and then come back on the trail and end up down here at the lower softball field.
So downhill skiers may make their way around or through the area where the skate park and the dog park might be.
Maybe not so much the dog park, because that's much closer to the tree line.
Well, I heard that Peter broke his leg there once.
Oh, here.
That was actually at the road. Right straight down the hill.
Maybe you should have slowed down a little, Peter.
Sound like his mother.
With that being said, I'm not so sure that they so much ski through this area, but definitely around, because that's an area that is groomed.
Very good.
Am I?
Sorry to interrupt. So,
Okay, we got a skier here.
well, Ben looks like he's been a little bored at this meeting, but Ben, tell us, where do you ski?
Come up to the mic, Ben.
You get to be on TV.
And are you really a police officer?
No, I just got a hat. Well, we actually do have a woods trail coming down in. They groom around the road, like where the road is, so we can, when we get out of our woods trail, when we exit our woods trail, we ski around the road, and then
Down here, Ben?
yeah, and then we go back down the hill.
And then you go back over this way and end your way down there?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So it sounds like the skate park wouldn't be in the way.
It depends how big it is.
Depends how big it is. Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess that we're now ready to hear from whoever Carol was going to
Rachel.
recommend. Rachel.
But the one thing is, all of this comes together because what we do in the spring, in the summer, in the fall is totally different than what we do in the winter at Living Memorial. But we have to take it all into consideration as we're making our decisions and developing the area to make those safe during the various seasons. So with that being said,
Everybody come over here or at the mic? Where you
The
are?
mic
At the
is a
mic.
good place.
All right, great. Well, first, thank you all so much for allowing me the opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about my proposal and the proposal we've been working on for the development of a dog park. My name is Rachel Selsky, and I live in West Brattleboro with my husband and our dog. We've been there for about 6 years or so, and we really love this area. There's so much to do outside, hiking, snowshoeing, getting in the river and parks. But the one thing we noticed while we were, being active with our dog was that there wasn't a dog park, so a safe place for dogs to be off-leash, socialize, exercise with other dogs, which are all very important for the well-being of dogs, a place for dog owners to make community and make those networks. So once we started talking about it a little bit, I approached Carol, who was great and helped me talk to me a little bit about the recent ways they've talked about the dog park, but why it hasn't come to fruition. She put me in touch with Paul Ethier at the park's maintenance department, who helped me identify some sites in town on town-owned land that would be suitable for a dog park. We were, throughout the whole process, really looking for a site that would be a combination of a great park for dogs, but also balanced, minimizing any fiscal impacts on the town resources. We didn't want to put any, increased costs on the town in terms of ongoing maintenance or any additional strain on the fiscal resources. So we were really cognizant of paying attention to those two things, and that's how we ended up with this site here at the top of Living Memorial Park. Carol did a great job putting the map up here. It starts at the top of the flagpole. There are existing parking spaces there. It is accessible throughout most of the year except for the winter, which are all really important and great attributes for the site. It's also already maintained and obviously very close to sites that are maintained by the Parks Department already, which was a great thing as well. And so Paul as we were talking to him, he didn't feel as though it would put a real additional strain on their services, and that we could position it and fence it in a way that they could access it easily. And so that was really important for us as well. I know Carol gave you some information about the budget. So once we were able to identify the site, we did approach Wayside Fences just to get an idea of what the cost would be, because that'll obviously be the biggest chunk of the budget. And in addition, so the fencing, installation, some signage, benches, trash cans, and I don't know how to put this politely, but baggies for dog waste, all important things. Total budget around $17,500. That's, you know, preliminary at this point certainly, but that's approximately what it would cost to come up with that. So that's around the budget that we're working with. Obviously a huge component of this project would be the fundraising necessary to get to that amount. Obviously we don't want to put any fiscal strain on the town or any undue fiscal strain. So we've come up with a number of ideas for fundraising, certainly reaching out to existing dog owners and dog lovers here in Brattleboro and educating them on our effort, as well as asking for their support in terms of financial donations, in-kind donations, volunteer hours, and things like that, getting the word out. So that would be our first approach. The second approach would certainly be asking for sponsors from local businesses who may have some connection with dog owners, so Agway, One Stop Country Pet Supply, Sam's, Price Chopper Hannaford, all of maybe local veterinary clinics, all of those who may have a nice connection and strong community ties and would want to support a project like that here. There are also things like we could have events, races, walks, dog parades. There's a lot of communities that are doing things very similar to this, and actually many communities are starting to implement dog parks as part of their just regular, the type of parks that they have in their community, so we could look to them to get ideas for fundraising. There's also grants out there. And I also think there's a lot of support and interest for a dog park here in Brattleboro. We worked with the Wyndham Humane Society to announce the meeting for tonight, and we got a ton of really positive conversation going. We got shares, we got likes. So I think overall there's certainly interest and demand for something like this in Brattleboro. So I hope you all will take the time and consider our proposed concept. I know that there is potential for maybe some changes to that part of the park if the skate park is indeed determined to be feasible in that location. So we really just ask for your support of the overall concept, and then if we could be part of the conversation moving forward for design for that part of the park, I would be happy to participate in anything and just find ways to accommodate both of the uses in that part of Living Memorial Park. Happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Anybody on the board have any questions?
I have a comment.
Oh.
I just wanted to thank you both for your presentation and also for the vision, and to say out loud and on TV that I was really impressed by the caliber of the materials that you presented to the board, including that the dogs that would be engaged in this park would be, you know, dogs that are known and up to date on their shots. And so it feels to me like this is a very thoughtful vision, and also appreciate the fact that you're thinking about how to add this resource to this community without a cost.
Yes, of course.
And I think it's really important for puppies to be socialized. I also think that so many people are involved in agility. A dear friend of mine is an agility master, and there might also be some funds to be had from that community.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, so approaching them for sponsorships, or if we find that maybe there's a time in the day when the park isn't being used very often, we could maybe rent out the space. I don't know too much about town policy, but renting out the space as an opportunity to raise funds that could be used for ongoing operation.
Anybody else on the board? Is there anybody who's in attendance who has any questions? Is there anybody who's in attendance who wants to speak to this issue relating to the dog park? Carol.
I just want to say, Rachel did a great job, and Mary Ann did a great job in their presentation to the board, not only this board, but the Recreation and Parks Board. We feel this would be a nice asset to our already existing programs and facilities at Living Memorial. I think the citizens will enjoy the benefit of this, but at the same time, we do not feel that it's going to be, it's just shifting how we maintain that area, not a new type of maintenance, just different ways that you have to maintain. So we don't see this as a huge burden coming to the department.
Well, then maybe we can segue into talking a little bit about the skate park. One of the concerns that the skate park sponsors had when this site, I guess to the west, sort of, was proposed, was that there wasn't, all right, northwest.
Whatever Rod says.
Thanks, Rod.
The other side of the road, to the inside of the road. One of the concerns that we heard was that there wasn't a lot of activity up there and that it might be isolated. And so it almost seems like there might be good synergy having those two activities near one another. So Carol, maybe you could speak to that a little bit and then speak to your discussions with the Skeeto people, the living, what's it called?
LMPSS.
Living
Memorial.
LMPS.
LMPSS, yeah, Living Memorial.
The Living Memorial Park snow sports. To your discussions with them about potential impact of this site on the ski.
Right, so I'm going to talk about the overall impact. I do feel that, bringing the dog park up there and the skate park, that will bring activity there. I know there's some discussions about, maybe a play structure and a swing set. With all that being said, I think I made it clear at one of the earlier meetings. Some of my concern was the off-season impact, our liability and concern. So there were 3 areas that popped up of concern of mine. 1 was the off-season. 2 was off-season meaning winter. 2 being the safety and liability, and 3 the permitting process and Act 250. So I'm going to take care of the safety liability and talking about the off-season impact. So one of the first things I did after our meeting, the meeting we had in early February, is I reached out to the Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns to see what type of concerns that they would have from an insurance standpoint. Because now if we're all of a sudden we're going to be putting a dog park here. I'd already met with them back in the fall regarding the dog park and talked about winter at that time. So let's talk about a nice, easy, straightforward first, the dog park, knowing that would have approximately a 4 to 5 foot fence, chain link fence around it. As you drive by Living Memorial Park in the heavy season, you see the nice yellow, bright orange caps on the top rail. That is the recommendation that the Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns has along the top rail of the fence. So as a skier, you're coming down, you might not see, bright snow, galvanized fencing, but you are going to see a bright yellow top cap. So that was their concern that we felt there was no issue along the way to addressing that. Then we talked about the bigger issue here of the skate park and how that would impact the winter season. It was perfect. It's middle of the winter. We would able to put our snowshoes on and up the truck to the top and say, okay, here you see it. This is where a skate park would go. What are your concerns? Well, immediately, his concerns are, well, if it's a seasonal structure, take the stuff out. Well, it's not going to be a seasonal structure. So that took the discussion, kind of went by the wayside because seasonal is not the direction that Basic has been heading for years. They're talking about a permanent structure. With that being said, the league, Wade Mashur is who I met with, and said you need to have 2 significant soft barriers in there. And that's where we come in. I told you I'd tell you what these red lines were all about. There's a solid line here and there's a dotted line here. The solid line, we feel that during the design process that we could develop a safety net in that, whether we create a berm that leads up, away, leads up towards the skate park, away from the ski area, that at the top of it might have some shrubs. Not trees, but shrubs. Yeah, something that Ben probably would not want to ski through. He would say, I'm not going to go there. That might leave a little scratch on me, and that's not so desirable. And then, as Wade said, from the league, we need to have a second barrier. So out from that soft barrier, out 15 to 20 feet, we need to put some type of seasonal fencing in. If we were to put like a 4-foot fence in there in a season like we have this year, we would be having pretty much daily maintenance, you know, having to truck up there, how do we get it, you know, remove the stakes, move them over to make it safe. After sitting down and meeting with Snow Sports last week, they're like, hey, Carol, you know, there's a place up in northern Vermont that will come in and basically design a fencing that you need. If you need 8 foot, we'll do 8 foot. You need 6 foot, we'll do 6 foot. And that cost would have to be passed along to BASIC as part of the design process. And it would be the department's responsibility each season, November-ish, to put that fence up, whether it be a 7-foot fence, an 8-foot fence. And when I say fence, I am not talking a chain link fence here. I am talking something along the lines of the orange snow fence type. This type of fence we're talking is more of a netting you know, material. So if you run into it, it's going to stop you, and if it doesn't fully stop you, Ben's going to come through and he's going to make it into the shrubs a little bit. But the point is to slow Ben down before he gets there, before he comes down onto this concrete structure. Because when we spoke to the league, there's like, no, we do not want you to use this as your snowboard, your skate park. That would be, we don't want you to do that. So you need to protect, you know, we need to protect the general public from that. So with all that being said, we think, okay, this is doable to put the berm in. It's doable to have the temporary fence line in there. And then we had to sit down with Snow Sports and say, oh man, I'm gonna have to cut off this part of your ski area. They didn't jump for joy, but they're like, well, you know, it's all about what's best for Brattleboro and how can we work together, and realizing that the park is a multi-use park and a multi-seasonal park. I'm not going to sit there and tell you they jumped for joy and said, Carol, this is an awesome idea. But they understand, you know, yeah, these kids that go skiing also probably are skateboarders. And correct me if I'm saying the wrong words. You're good. I'm doing okay so far. So they're willing to, you know, they're going to work with us along the way and would not be grooming that part of the road so that Ben and his friends wouldn't be, I keep pecking on you, Ben, I'm sorry. You know, so Ben and his friends would not be encouraged to go around there because it wouldn't be groomed, so it wouldn't be a desirable place. And I think they're more than willing to work with everything as long as it doesn't have an adverse impact on their programs and that they're trying to offer in the winter months. I believe that, to summarize it all, it can work together. I do, before I go to my closing piece, I do want Rod to just speak on the Act 250 piece, because that's his area of expertise and not mine.
Sure, do it.
Yeah, please.
Just really quickly, hello, I'm Rod, Planning Director. So there's an existing Act 250 permit on the park. The park predates the Act 250 legislation, but we do have an Act 250 permit, almost dating back from the beginning. We have had very little activity at the park, so we've had very little reason to amend the Act 250 permit. Both the program changes that Carol is outlining here constitute just that, change in program in a municipal park. They're within the range of activities that you would expect to encounter in a municipal park. That being said, we have done preliminary background research in the office. There's no archaeological concerns that we can arrive at for here, which is good. It's definitely out of the special flood hazard area because of its elevation. So we got that part right finally. And so we don't believe that will be an issue. And it's been maintained and you know, part of it's vegetated, but most of it's just maintained as a grassy slope. So and it's not there's no agricultural soils there. So in other words, what I'm doing is running through the list of criteria that state agencies could use to comment on any such amendment. Our next step in this process is to get a jurisdictional opinion from the regional coordinator, April Hensel, for the Natural Resources Board, and establish whether in fact we need to get a permit amendment or not. It could be possible that we could proceed with just a local permit. and not have to amend the Act 250 permit. If we are to amend the Act 250 permit, there's obviously some expense in preparing the documentation for that and the proceedings, but we think that the only areas of concern would be some concern about the sort of a material change in the use of this area. It's under an acre, so it doesn't trigger stormwater considerations, but we feel like they may have questions about traffic and circulation and stormwater potentially. All of those three things are also concerns for local review. And so I think we can demonstrate a response to that.
So, Rod, there's no endangered frog species that would get upset?
I wish you hadn't have said that.
I know,
now what's going
because
to happen is
I'm just,
people will be doing an additional layer of
poor
research.
Basic could just pop out of somewhere. That there's a duck that is the last duck in its species, and it only lives right in that bush.
Well, we have those guys under control. We try to keep them down here in the
Yeah,
pond.
right.
Wow.
I think that's called we've made accommodations.
Okay,
So
good.
I think we're okay, John.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't, unless you have any other questions about the Act 250 process, that's where we would propose to go, assuming that you're agreeable to the path forward.
Thank you. Anybody on the board at this point have any comments or questions? I'm going to ask for Living Memorial Park Snow Sports to tell us if they agree with the way their position's been described, and if anybody else wants to hear anything, but I want to hear from the board.
I just do have a couple of questions. Rachel and Mary Ann did a fantastic job. I mean, it's very comprehensive. I'm a dog lover. The only thing that bothers me a little bit is, because poor Basic has been at this for so long, is that it's just another layer of, and I worry about it, that it's just another layer of a thought process that people are going to have. Will it, and I know, and again, that's what I want to hear from Basic, whether they're in agreement with this, but I just hope it's not one more layer that people are going to be concerned about, and that it's going to start another turf war, and not that I don't want to see a dog park. I love seeing, but I want to see us. And I have a dog, and I don't skate. So, but I've been at this skate park thing for so long that hence my thing that says I support the skate park. That I just don't want to see another layer of problems that could arise from coupling this with the skate park.
So let me ask Carol to respond to that first.
Right, yeah, so maybe this would be time for me to make the comment that what I foresee as our next step would be reaching out and getting an engineer to give us preliminary plans that would encompass an 8,000 square foot skate park, 8,000 square foot dog park, a 6,500 square foot skate park, 6 to 8 parking spots, drainage, and all that, and how that would look in that area there, and how the two would mesh and go well together. And I think that's the next step here, because we're going to need to do that next step for the DRB to even review that, to go to the local permitting process.
So, but that's the thing. I don't want to see all of a sudden they say, oh, no, it can't work. But the skate park, can that work? And try to separate them a little bit, and I know you have to do that feasibility study about whether parking can happen, but I don't want to all of a sudden see both of them get thrown out because it can't make it because one other was added to that area. And I hope I'm making myself,
That is similar to a conversation Rachel and I had. And I don't mean to paraphrase your words, but she said, Carol, the skate park people have been around for a long time. She goes, I understand that they're probably going to come first. So I think if it comes up that either no or no go, either you can have a skate park or you can have a dog park, I think Rachel, unfortunately, would say, okay, I get it, Carol.
Yeah. Absolutely. I understand the skate park. You've been working on it for a really long time. It's a town's priority. And if there are other sites in town we could start thinking about for the dog park, that would be great. But I do think that they are kind of nice.
Oh, I
to
think it would be
accommodate
great
them
together, right.
But I understand what you're saying. It's just another thing for people to say no
Right.
to. But hopefully we can find a way to make it work out and be beneficial for both of them.
Because at one point, weren't both these at West River,
Yeah.
right? And then they both got eliminated.
Yeah, when we started going through the activity.
Okay, I just don't want to see that kind of,
Yeah, I think the issues as to why it didn't make the cut during the Op 250 process down at West River Park were totally different.
it is.
Totally different than Living Memorial.
There's no river.
There is no, that is the key
No
line.
river.
There
It's
is no.
just that frog.
Yeah, it's the pond. But we have it trained and it stays down at the pond.
Okay, good, good.
Other comments or questions from anybody on the board? All right, so is there anybody who's in attendance who wants, I have a question, I'm sorry. There's this proposed motion relating to the dog park and the skate park and you just spoke to the need to work with an engineer to start drawing up plans. And somebody's got to pay for that. So I'm wondering where that money's supposed to come from.
Well, I would probably be sitting down, well, the majority of this I see coming from the skate park, because that is the largest, the dog park is a chain link fence. The terrain is not going to be, dogs don't care if it's uphill or downhill, they just want to run and run and run. So it would be a matter of sitting down with Rachel and Basic and see who's going to take on the bigger nut here. Basic does have some money that they have been fundraising for this process, for this next phase.
All right, so the motion that we're being asked to consider, that's not yet been made, would be to begin work with an engineer at the expense of the dog park and the sponsors and Basic, using either money that's already been raised, or there is an agenda item on the warning. There is a warning item for raising money for feasibility studies. And so that's one way that the town can also show some support. That's fair to say. All right.
Can we hear
Were there
from
other
Basic?
questions?
Okay.
I just want to check
Yep,
with
yep.
anybody else who's in attendance. I wonder if there's any other questions on the board. All right, so is there anybody in attendance who wants to speak to either the dog park or the skate park issues?
I just had a quick question.
The microphone, please. Say your name.
My name is Spencer Crisp, and Rachel, I just had a question about when the dogs are coming up there, is there a mechanism to keep the dogs from running into the skate park? Because that could create like a dangerous situation for the skaters, unless the dogs skate or something. But, so I just wonder if there's like a mechanism to keep that kind of separated there. Like, because once they're in the dog park, they'll be behind the fence, so that's cool. But as they arrive, that's just one concern. Because otherwise, I think the dog park is a cool idea.
Can I respond?
Please.
That's a really great question. Typically, these dog parks are on roads so that owners know to keep their dog on a leash until they get into the dog park. And also, we are proposing a kind of a introduction welcoming gate, where there's a gate where you get in and you can take your dog off the leash, and then another gate where then you open it up to the larger area. So I don't really see that being a major issue. Owners know to keep their dog leashed in the park. That's a requirement. So until they get into the gated area, they would be on leash.
Oh, that's great.
Until they get trained to skateboard.
And you've heard about the issues relating to the interaction between the skate park and the T-bar. T-bar, is it?
Yeah.
And you've heard a little bit about the too soft fence concept or too soft barrier concept. You don't have any concerns about that, Spencer, at this point?
No, I don't have any concerns about the barrier. I just want to say that one of the only very few things in this world that activity-wise that I care about more than skateboarding is Memorial Park and that ski area. I think it's the best aspect of Brattleboro. I still ski the park every year, and I have since I was like 2, and I would never want to do anything that negatively affected that ski area because it's an incredibly special place, and actually it's framed over my fireplace in my living room, a picture of it. So I just want to make sure that basic and snow sports are feeling, that snow sports is feeling good about it. That's important to me.
But since you're familiar with it, at this point, you're not concerned about the skate park negatively impacting the ski area?
I wouldn't think so, and I think I can speak from a point of knowledge because I still ski the park regularly. And so I know the terrain. There's kind of a dip down in there. That's one thing Carol didn't talk about. The blue circle that is next to, the blue oval that's next to those 2 lines representing the barrier, that's sort of a dipped area that makes it not ideal to ski through there because you kind of have to huff it back up to the road. There's sort of like a terrain difference there. So, you know, I personally, even though I've regularly skied the park for years, never really go over that. Not to say that people wouldn't go over there, but it would honestly seem to me that it could coexist with the ski area and not negatively impact it. And like I said, that's important to me.
Thanks, Spencer. That's helpful. Ben shaking his head too. Thank you. So, is there anybody else who wants to speak to this from Basic? Well, Alyssa.
My name's Alyssa Todd. I'm a homeowner and a dog owner here in Brattleboro, and I just wanted to say that I'm also a friend of the skateboarders, although I don't skateboard. And I am very supportive of the dog park. I'm an agility person. I do a lot with dogs. I'm very involved in that as being part of my community, and I think that dog park is a really great way to foster community and also foster responsible dog ownership in Brattleboro. So I am very supportive of it and hope the select board is supportive of it. And I do actually know somebody whose dog skateboards, so.
Is it Melissa?
What was that?
Yeah, please.
Melissa Clark, Treasurer and Secretary of Basic. I want to say one of the challenges that we've had with this new site is the fact that it is so remote. And that being said, I welcome a dog park up there. Anything that we can do to bring activity up, more circulation of people, I think is a positive. I would like some clarification, though maybe I'm misunderstanding what was originally said as far as money going towards the dog park. I just want to make sure that that's not something you're expecting Basic is now paying for.
No. The only thing I've heard about money so far that would impact Basic tonight is that, or that I've heard tonight that would impact Basic, is that as part of the design, there'd have to be a berm with some shrubs at the top, and then there's going to have to be a snow fence, like 7 or 8 foot snow fence, that's going to have to be installed seasonally before the snow flies. And then there's the engineering costs, but there's no
for the
dog
fence
park.
Part of it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Anybody from Living Memorial Park Snow Sports want to speak to this? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jake Dixon. I'd like to thank Spencer for that lovely bit of praise about snow sports, and thank you again to the Select Board for giving us another 4 years of operation. Last time I saw you, we were working on that.
You've had a great year.
We have had a phenomenal
year.
To all of these people who
I've taken a lot of pictures lately.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Yes. Well, Mother Nature's been very, very kind, but we've had a terrific turnout, and it's been a grand year. At our meeting last night, the Board of Living Memorial Park Snow Sports, Inc. unanimously approved the following statement with emphasis on the proviso, and I'm happy to leave this with you. Living Memorial Park Snow Sports, Inc. supports construction of a skateboard park on Memorial Park Hill, provided that construction and subsequent use of the skateboard park will not adversely affect the activities, equipment, infrastructure, and reputation of LMPSS. We've spent over 17 years building what we have, and we consider it very precious and very important to the town. So we're happy to share the hill as long as these aspects of our operation are protected. We did not consider the dog park at our meeting last night, and I think maybe the map explains one reason why. We are geographically much more affected by the skateboard park than by the dog park. But if you want us to, I think we would come back with another statement that considers the dog park.
Can I inquire, based upon what you've heard tonight, given the two soft barriers and the location of the skate park as it's currently proposed, it doesn't sound like that facility would adversely impact the skiing?
It doesn't appear so. I
Okay.
mean, we're looking at a map. I guess the reality will tell the story, but at this point, we're very happy to enter our approval.
Great, thank you very much.
Hey, can we get the statement?
This is falling apart.
Somebody's fired.
Jake, can we get a copy?
I think we have a copy of it already. Thank you.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak to? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Tim Berg, and I'm with Snow Sports. And I wanted to ask, I guess, Basic, is this supported fully by, endorsed by Basic now? I mean, Elm Street's off the, this is it. All right. If this is it, then, you know, like John, I have a bumper sticker on my car. I've lived here for 29 years and heard this skate park struggles, and am completely for a skate park for the kids and, you know, teenagers and even 20-year-olds, 30, okay, I'm 55. And yeah, the only impact I see is the kids do use the road. They do groom the road, and we'll see. I guess they're talking about giving that up. And well, other than that, I definitely hope we can work together. So that's it.
Thank you.
I do recall my kids, when they were skiing there, they used to make a lot of jumps over on that side. They used to get torn down every time they built them, but...
Well, we have a terrain park.
Yeah.
On the other side now.
Right. Oh.
That, you know, the snowboarders and the twin-tip skiers and everything.
Oh, right, on the other
Yeah,
side.
you're probably talking in this.
No,
this
And it's
area.
not-
our kids used to make it emptied out onto, yeah, over there.
Guilford Street.
Yeah, onto Guilford Street, so and it was,
Great.
yeah.
Sounds safe.
No, it wasn't. There was a few concussions.
All right. Is there any other comments or questions, or anybody have anything to say about the skate park or the dog park or the interaction with the ski hill? Spencer. You can lift the mic up too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you don't really need it that much. It's just,
No, all I want to say is thank you. And out of all the sites, I feel better about this site and better about Basic than I ever have. And I want to thank you. And I think we finally have a winner.
thank you, Spencer.
Good. I think we're ready for motion.
All right, I move that we authorize staff to contract with an engineer for preliminary plans for both a dog park and a skate park in the upper portion of Living Memorial Park.
Maybe we can amend that to say with costs to be borne by the dog park sponsors and Basic in their fair shares. Is that okay?
Sounds great.
Excellent.
My amendment.
We have a motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed or abstaining? That carries 4-0. Thank you all. That's great news.
To move forward.
I'm going to note before we move on that we've got election results There were no contested elections, so everybody whose name was on the ballot won. And there were 4.
Whoops.
Also, there were 4 ballot items. There was a youth vote ballot item. There were 2 charter amendment ballot items, and there was a 1% local option sales tax ballot item. All 4 of those ballot items were defeated pretty overwhelmingly.
Soundly.
So the youth vote was defeated substantially. The group of amendments called overspending was defeated less substantially, but by 150 votes. Term limits was defeated by 400 votes, and then the 1% was defeated by 2-to-1 margin almost. So
How much is going to change?
looks like the charter will remain the same, and the 1% also was not supported by the voters today.
So we can let that one die.
I guess that's about right.
No, now the town reps will
meeting.
vote.
Oh,
I know.
The town reps will vote for it.
Right.
So the next item on the agenda is to award the bid for the FY16 heating oil. Peter, if you want to speak to that.
Sure. You have the information in front of you in the backup materials. We got a really good price. John can speak to the details of the joint purchasing that was undertaken, led by the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, but with other entities, including the town involved. And the fact that we were bulk buying and capturing an opportunity at this moment in time with extraordinarily low fuel oil, heating oil prices, has led to a $1.97 per gallon low bid, which will provide a substantial savings to the town in the upcoming fiscal year. We recommend that you approve awarding a contract to Barrows and Fisher Oil for 82,000 gallons of number 2 heating oil at that $1.97 per gallon.
Is there any discussion? I would note that the room is totally emptied out. So it's like,
Oh, no! Hannah's here, and Russell just came
For
in.
you guys to sit.
this is now a select board and staff meeting. You know? But we welcome anybody who'd like to participate to come back.
Yeah, look at him.
So, I guess we're ready for a motion.
Well, I move, where'd it go? I move we award a contract to Barrows and Fisher Oil Company for 82,000 gallons of number 2 heating oil at a prepaid price of $1.97 per gallon for FY16.
Is there any discussion, any questions, any comments from anybody on the board or anybody who's in attendance?
I'd just like to thank John for seizing this opportunity and working with the neighbors to capture this savings for the town.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
It's really, the credit goes to Frank Rucker. He's the one that discovered the market conditions were very favorable for going out for bid and said, let's go. We usually wait until June, but he called and said, I think the time is right, and he was very correct.
Totally. Prices are already on their way back up.
And the
fuel heating oil
Yeah.
prices never made their way as low as
Right.
gasoline prices.
And there's a significant difference between 1 and 2.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, which is amazing. You thought that they would be closer. But
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining, that carries 5-0. The next item on the agenda is discussion of the police fire facilities bond council opinion. The opinion has been distributed to board members. It's already been covered in the press. But we wanted to put these 2 items for the fuel oil and the bond council opinion together on the agenda, if only for informational purposes, before going to the next item on the agenda, which is town meeting, informational meeting, and town meeting preparation. So, Peter, if you want to speak about the bond council opinion?
Well, I have something to say about it too, but.
Yeah. Sure. Peter.
Okay. Yeah, I would just summarize by saying that we asked, based on the prior discussions that had occurred at the Police Fire Facilities Committee meeting, as well as at the select board level, we asked bond counsel for guidance as to whether it would be proper for the fire facilities to move forward when there had not yet been a decision made about the location or scope of the police facility portion of the project. The thinking was that it might be proper to expend a portion of the bond funds authorized back in 2012 for the fire projects, given that they were proceeding in a manner that is consistent with the action that had been taken at that special town meeting at that time. However, the opinion of bond counsel is that because the police facility portion of this might proceed in a manner that would not be consistent, and therefore the three projects together would not, unless the police facility was constructed through what had been envisioned at that time as an expansion of this building, any other way to provide the facilities needed for police would deviate from the approval at that town meeting. And because of that, then the three projects together as one, which is how they have to be viewed for legal purposes, would deviate from that approval. So the sum total of all that is a clear, concise no, we may not proceed separately to construction of the fire facilities while we're still in a decision-making process regarding police. Under the current authorization that was provided in 2012 by that special town meeting.
So I see there's nothing about, no motion recommended here, and so I guess I'd like to ask some questions first. The proposal from police fire that led to our decision to include money for extending the development of the police, before we knew that had this decision, still, to me, is the way to proceed. And so I would like to begin the process of scheduling a special town meeting to approve getting Station 1 and 2 done and providing funds for the development of the police department. So, John, have you got, I don't know if you've been in touch with anybody in the police fire committee, but
I haven't.
I mean, just because we have this opinion, so we're not going to stop, and we're not going to just leave that money in the bank. So the next step is to have a town meeting and have a conversation about this whole project and see if we're going to go forward in chunks or how we want to proceed. And I can't see any reason to wait. We're not going to have resolution for what the police department is going to look like anytime soon. So, and the two fire stations are, as we've said many times, ready to go. So I'd like us to, like by April 25th, have another special town meeting to talk about this particular topic and get another approval to go forward with the projects. So tell me why that's a really crazy idea.
It is, but in lieu of the fact of the information that's come out, and I'm the first one to advocate to keep this going. I'm just wondering if it's prudent for us to let the process unfold and, with the assurances, from Peter, and we talked today, and I think you guys talked yesterday, and kind of letting it go with, Peter really jumping on this and getting it so that we're not lagging behind. Because I just don't know if at this point, and again, this changed a little bit of my thinking. Is it better not to, at town meeting, to make it so convoluted and really upset the apple cart if we know that we're going to proceed? But David, I'm totally, if we want to go that way, if there's support for it, I would definitely recommend it. But I'm not so gung ho about, if it gets done by March 21st. Is that when's our representative town meeting? Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
So, but I will support it if it's, if that's the way you want to go, and if there's
I don't think anything's going to get done before this town meeting, and I don't think we're going to talk about it at this town meeting because it doesn't. The money, the money's on the money is, and that's our next conversation as far as I'm concerned. Is are we going to
amend the budget?
Yeah, amend the budget. Yeah. So that it's pretty. But so I'm anticipating no conversation about it at all on March 21st. But I also didn't. That wasn't part of what I talked to Peter about. So
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't know that has been thinking about it and has some thoughts about it.
Yeah, but go ahead, Peter, yeah.
No, I suggest, instead of doing all that, let's just wait. And we'll just leave it, we've got the information, let's move on to the next item, and we'll talk about it after town meeting.
But I'd love to have Peter,
Yeah. Sure.
if that's okay with Chair.
I have something to say. I don't know if Kate and Don have something to say as well. I think that in response to your inquiry, Dave, about setting this for town meeting for decision as soon as possible, I think that we have envisioned right on through, even if the $140,000 to provide for financing for police fires in this fiscal year was included, we had always contemplated doing more work at select board level to get to a definite enough plan to be able to present something concrete to town meeting. And even when there was a majority of the board with, 3-2 vote for putting the 140 in the budget, I don't think we were ever as a board yet at a place where we had enough definition to be ready to go back to town meeting. And I don't really know that town meeting is necessarily just a discussion forum until we have something concrete to present. So I would agree with your recommendation not to be rushing into the town meeting. I've had discussions with Peter for many months now, since even before he started, about him getting his arms around the police fire project as a whole, because he's going to be town manager after probably all 5 of us are gone, and he's going to be the one who's overseeing this project, even as there's turnover on the board. And I just want to make sure that we've got a fully integrated proposal to present to town meeting that we've fully discussed. So I'm all in favor of moving forward as quickly as possible. We've had some differences in the past about how quickly we could do that, and now the bond council opinion just said you can't do it until you get new authorization from town meeting, and I don't think we're ready to go back to them yet. So, Don?
I'd like to speak too. It's a moment of humility for me in my learning curve as a select person, but I felt some relief when I read and also discussed this particular legality with Peter, because there's been some part of me that has felt compelled to advocate for forward momentum on this project and really accountable to our emergency services personnel, and I believe the whole board is. And I continue to feel both apologetic and deeply concerned about the amount of wait time for providing a facility that is worthy of the work that they offer in this community. However, I've also felt uncomfortable with a lack of cohesiveness on the board, and it feels worthwhile to me to put in a little additional time and get us to a place where we are moving forward with a clear vision. And I have complete confidence that we're not just going to stall or postpone, that we're going to use this next season, this next year of our work together to really see if we can get some traction in moving forward. So, great learning experience for me, and I am happy to invest that time and energy with the full board and get us to a green light together. It makes sense. I think we do our best thinking when we are able to talk things through and not be rushed, and this is an enormous project.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Anybody else on the board at this point?
No, but the other thing along with that, and Peter and I discussed, and I don't know if this is premature to talk about it, because I'd also like to hear your opinion on how we got to this decision. The $4 million that's left over. As our understanding is right now, it cannot be used for anything else but the police fire project.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
May I
please.
speak to that
yes,
and
go
the
ahead.
path forward. That's correct. So that's nice and clear and crisp.
Yes.
Is
I just wanted
the
to-
money can only be used for this project. And in fact, based on the advice we've now received, and since the next piece of work is to go examine the northern alternative, and since the northern alternative wasn't contemplated in the 2012 authorization, we'll expend operating funds. I don't think there'll be a lot of money required for this effort, but to the degree that there might be some small expenses involved in this next effort, we'll use operating funds for that purpose and not touch the bond funds any further.
So
until
that
we
will
come back to you.
continue no matter what.
I like
Absolutely.
I like how you're saying the northern.
Well, and so that's the other thing I wanted to speak to is that that is my understanding, subject to being directed by you otherwise, of the next step is to work together with the applicable staff and with Bob Fisher to explore those alternatives and to come back to you as quickly as I reasonably can. It's not going to be a matter of just a few weeks. It's hopefully also not going to be more than a few months, but somewhere off in that window of time as we get into summer, I hope to be able to come back to you with, as the chair has described it tonight, something concrete. Be able to be very clear about what looks like it might be viable on the north end, what looks like it isn't, and then have you be able to weigh pros and cons of any viable alternative on the north end with the already known potential to expand this building, and see what that looks like for the police department in combination with the two fire elements of this three-part project.
And I think
I would certainly be
Yep.
hopeful and confident that you as a board would be prepared to make a decision later this year about whether we're moving forward under the 2012 authorization or whether we're not. If it's your judgment that we shouldn't do that because there's a better alternative, then we would be able to go to a special town meeting with a very specific alternate plan.
I'm going to hold you to the fire on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
And so I expect that some of the discussions involve real estate options. And so there may be some executive session related discussion, and we may try to begin that process sooner rather than later, so that we can begin giving some contract related and real estate option related direction to the town manager on these issues. Some of that was being held up based upon what was going to happen with the 140. That was in the budget, but I think bond counsel's opinion raises a question about even including the 140, and if the 140 is no longer connected to the options, then we can have those discussions soon. Was that clear?
Yep.
Was that too much code?
No, it's good.
Like I say, I don't like talking in code. Is there any more about bond counsel's opinion?
Well, I want to say one thing to David and Donna. I really appreciate the support. And I know it was a hard decision to go against, two other board members, but I appreciate the support behind that. But I'm glad we're moving forward anyways.
Yeah.
So.
And just in that same tone, Donna's perspective on it, because I felt the same way. It's like this, I don't want to go, if we're not 5-0, I don't want to do it. There's something I'm missing.
Right.
There's some part of it that's not complete, and it's sort of like, this takes the decision away, and now we get a chance, we'll do it.
Yeah.
So, great.
And so the next item on the agenda is town meeting informational meeting and town meeting preparation. Our informational meeting, I believe, is 2 weeks from yesterday. So that's the 16th, Monday.
Yes.
And then town meeting is the 21st, 2 weeks from this coming Saturday. And so we're not going to meet again before the informational meeting. At this point, my intention is to proceed the way we've handled this the last 2, 3, 4 years I've been on the board. And I'll be ready with a presentation about the budget. And Peter and I will work together to present that information and to be ready to answer any questions. There's a number of items, however, particularly given that we just had 2 significant decisions or decision, an informational item that could impact the budget itself. So I'm going to just lay that on the table. First of all, the question now becomes whether we should take the $140,000 out of the budget that's ultimately going to be presented at town meeting on the 21st, which was intended to pay for interest on additional borrowing to move forward with the fire stations and to put money towards purchasing property. And I've been corrected before, land and building for the police station. So that's one question, whether we should take the 140 out of the budget. We just saved $125,000 from FY15 to FY16 for fuel oil. $59,000 of that is from the general fund budget, and then $66,000 from that is in the enterprise fund budgets that we haven't yet begun to consider, although I take it we're going to begin looking at those soon. Soon. In some special meeting one morning, right, Hannah? Great. And then I also heard that our county tax bill is higher than we previously contemplated, to the tune of about $15,000 or $16,000.
No, about $10,000.
$10,000, $10,000 or $11,000. And we also learned that the $200,000 that was in the calculation for, what was it for, John?
Unassigned fund balance.
For the unassigned
Right.
fund balance, money that we promised to take from the unassigned fund balance to balance the budget at last year's town meeting, isn't in the unassigned fund balance. Actually, it's in the committed,
because we
designated assigned fund balance.
We designated it.
Right, because we designated it for this purpose. So in order to maintain 10% of the budget in the unassigned fund balance, we've got $200,000 more in the savings account that we can pay towards capital projects. So there are 4 potential changes that I can think of that we might want to consider before informational meeting and then town meeting, which are to take the 140 out relating to the police fire, to take the 59 out on the fuel savings, recognizing, of course, Peter has pointed out a lot of times that this is a one-time savings. And next year, the budget's gonna be $59,000 more, because we're not gonna save this money on fuel next year. But recognizing that if we have better financial figures, maybe we should incorporate them. So we might want to take the $59,000 out for the savings on the fuel. We might want to add the $10,000 or $11,000 back in for the additional county money. And then the motion on the surplus should probably be for $200,000 more. And I don't know if anybody's got anything else, but those are the 4 items I wanted the board to consider. Dave?
I actually have put 2 of them together. I think because thinking along the lines of what the unassigned fund balance is for, and the point that Peter made about this is for one-time things, that's it. The $200,000 that turned out was designated and now is available for other use. I would like to take that and the 140 that we put aside for the police fire and to put them in the budget as revenue. Or take the one expenditure out and put the 200,000 in, to not use it for the extra projects. Because it is a one-time thing, and we've got, if things that come up, emergency things that come up, that's what the undesignated reserve fund is for.
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Okay, we found $200,000.
Right.
Rather than have more than 10%.
Right.
Or take the 200,000 and put it toward all the capital projects that we know we have, which we already have made plans for, and we're pretty prudent and thoughtful about doing. I'd like to just put that 200,000 into our revenue line.
Okay.
as a transfer to our revenue from the whichever reserve fund.
So to lower the
Tax relief.
Yeah,
So to lower the tax
200,000, yeah, tax relief, and the 140 that we had for exploring the police proposal, put them both in, which would get us to about $350,000, which is over 2% reduction in our tax rate.
So I'm sure Peter's uncomfortable with that, but
I just saw him stirring, so.
And it's not just a gift to you, John,
Well, thank you.
so
because we're still at 10%.
Yes.
So does anybody on the board want to speak to that right now?
He just chewed his tongue off, waiting.
All right. Kate, do you want to?
Well, I'm uncomfortable with the 200,000 part, but I'll let Peter go
All right.
first.
Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to them separately, and it will surprise no one, and I won't belabor it, but for all the same reasons we have been discussing the entire time that I've been here, literally from the first night. I think that I would recommend that you not use the 200,000 for tax relief, particularly since you may consider, and I think you're going to at least consider, and you may take an action here in a moment to provide tax relief for the 59 related to the heating oil. When we get to that, we'll talk about that separately. But the 200,000 is unassigned fund balance. It ought not to be used to reduce operating costs because our operating costs are what they are. If we think they're too high for the taxes that they require, then we ought to find ways to reduce our operating costs instead of using that one-time money to lower the tax rate and then having to catch up next year. So I strongly urge you to either leave it in unassigned fund balance or increase the $375,000 request to town meeting to be a $575,000 request that would allow funds from the unassigned fund balance to be used, $575,000 if you approve that, to be used for capital improvements. And I would remind you in that suggestion that even $575,000 doesn't get us home. We knew $375,000 wasn't going to be enough, but it was as much as we could prudently reallocate towards capital. We have an opportunity here to make that 575, and that gets us closer to being able to accomplish the 3 remaining projects that we need to address, but it is still substantially short of being enough money to do that. So on that one piece, I would recommend that you do change Article 19 of the warning, or not change the warning, but that under Article 19, you make a different recommendation to town meeting for a $575,000 allocation from unassigned general fund balance to be used for capital, the named capital projects.
And then you want to speak to the other items?
Yeah. I think the 140 is as clear as that item is to me. And from the discussion you've had and the decision you've made this evening, I think it's as clear to each of you too. So I would equally clearly recommend to you that you do remove the $140,000 from the budget, and that will provide real tax relief. It's an expense that is not necessary at this time, and you're going to make future decisions either at this level and or with a future town meeting about how much to commit to those purposes, and we'll deal with that later. So that's real savings for the taxpayers at this time, and I think you ought to capture that opportunity. The other two, the heating oil and the county tax, are the reason that it makes me nervous, as I expressed to you previously regarding the heating oil piece. It is good news, but it's very temporary, one-year good news. And now that in the last few days we've heard that the county tax is going to be $11,000 higher than we budgeted, the confusion there between the 15 and the 11 is actually it's $15,000 higher than last year. So after what I understand from John to be a long period of time of being very stable, it's now gone up a couple of years in a row, and it's a very substantial increase this year in terms of percentage of what we've been paying over the years. We've got to get a handle on that and figure out what's going on there and be able to accurately project what that means for us for the future. But for this year, it's $15,000 higher than the actual cost this current year and $11,000 higher than budgeted because we actually already had proposed $4,000 additional in the budget. The combination of those two is $48,000. If the $59,000 savings for heating oil and the $11,000 additional cost for county taxes is $48,000, and you could capture that as long as we're very clear to town meeting and to the public that the heating oil saving is a temporary moment in time. We're capturing an opportunity. Next year's budget is going to be higher by that magnitude automatically at the starting line, just based on prudent budgeting for an average winter under average oil prices. For that reason, that gives me some concern. And then one additional factor is, you know, we had good news on heating oil and we had bad news on county taxes, and we don't know for sure what else is going to shake out of this between now and the adoption of the budget, and certainly not between now and the end of the fiscal year, you know, more than 15 months away. So those things make me nervous when we're working with a margin of $48,000 on a $15 million budget. So those are my thoughts. I would urge you, I guess, to leave those two items alone, because there's some up, there's some down, there's going to be some other things that are somewhat up and somewhat down. And if we recalibrate just by these two known items, you know, we just, it's not a reflection of the entire financial need of the town and the operating costs of actually doing the town's business for the next year.
Oh, go ahead, Donna.
I have a question, and I'm not sure whether I should address it to you, John, but is there any way to predict whether county taxes are going to continue to rise in the fashion that they have the last 2 years?
At this point, I don't know, Donna. I've tried to contact them, have not heard back from the treasurer.
Yeah.
But the taxes have gone up, I think 20% over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's really, for some reason, it's really gone up. And as I said, in our past history, it's been very stable. And so it's taken two big jumps, which we just did not anticipate at all. So I'm trying to get a hold of them to get an answer to that and find out if this is something that's going to be sustained in the future.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
John?
David Scholes, I would love to, you know, I love you for the fact that you know how I feel about the unassigned reserve fund, and you've backed me, and we've backed each other on this. But again, after having a great conversation this morning with Peter, I'm kind of pulling back my thought process in this, because again, we've hired a great town manager with some experience in this, and I think along with his recommendations, I'm going to at least give it a chance and see how it works out on the unassigned reserve fund, and how we process it and how we use that. Because as everyone knows, I am not fiscally good at money. So I'm going to go to the experts on this one, but so that's, I'd like to go along with Peter's recommendations on all 4 items. So, but thank you very much for the.
Well, I'm not done.
I know you're not.
I'm going to try and change your mind.
Okay, buddy. I'm with you.
We'll hear from Kate. See if Kate and David.
Yeah,
well, you know Kate's view on this.
I hate to tell you, David, I don't think we should put the $200,000 into the bottom line. I think it should go into the unassigned fund balance. Because, you know, as I was harping on when we use the skating rink money, you know, it's the same kind of thing. It's one time. So I think we should put it into the unassigned fund balance. I do think we should take the $140,000 out for the police fire. I voted against it every single time, so I'm going to vote to take it out this time. And I'm really conflicted about the heating oil. It's like, for me, you need to build a budget on what you know the expenses and the income is. So I'm really uncomfortable leaving money in knowing that that's not the amount it is. So I'm really, you know, I don't, you know, I think we need to be what it is and not, you know, keep it in. But I respect your opinion on that. saying that, I respect your opinion.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the board?
You?
For me? Well, I mean, my position on the 59 and the 11, that being $59,000 savings on heating oil and the $11,000 extra money for county taxes, is the same as Kate's, which is that we budget based upon what we reasonably and actually anticipate we're going to have to spend over the course of the year. And if we get new information which indicates that something concrete is going to cost more or less, then my view is that I got a responsibility to incorporate that into the budget that's being presented to town meeting, because we know that information to be true. And what I want to go into town meeting with is my best understanding of what it's going to cost to run the town in FY16. So if there are any other projections that are included in the budget that somebody tells me are wrong, based upon data that we have pulling into town meeting, I would prefer to incorporate those into the final number, because I think that's our job, to say this is what it's going to cost to run the town in FY16, and we're going to levy taxes in order to raise that money in order to pay those bills. So I'm in favor of taking the $59,000 savings out of the budget and adding the $11,000 in additional county money. If you learn, John, if you learn, Peter, anything else about updated figures between now and March 21, we have time to make the budget as accurate as possible up until we present the number, and then they can vote to amend it. And then I'm in favor of taking the 140 out for the police fire, and or 142. I heard the two of you talking. You'll come up with the number for us, the exact number by the informational meeting, and then I'm in favor of just increasing the article, whatever it is, 19 from $375 to $575,000. Just give us the authority to spend the unassigned fund balance for capital projects. That's where I'm at.
Well, now I gotta convince y'all to change your minds. Well, no, I absolutely see the value of putting the $200,000 into the capital projects, because it's not enough even with that. I recognize that. And in a sense, those are emergent one-time things, and so it makes sense to use any excess over 10% of the reserve fund for that. The thing is, we have argued, well, first off, this is all, I mean, you should recommend that we do that. I think that can clearly be shown to be the prudent thing to do. Prudence is generally a judgment, and it's a balancing of things, and we have regularly and vigorously supported staying at, and I have particularly staying at 10% in our undesignated reserve. When we had the extra money from the skating rink, we didn't hesitate to use it to reduce taxes. If something comes to mind, there's something else, but I may be mixing it up with the school budget, but there was something else that came along that we didn't hesitate to use. But the thing we haven't talked about, we haven't talked about really much at all, is our tax rate, which in other conversations and other budgets in previous years and earlier in this one, it was, that's where we start. What's going to happen to the tax rate? What can we do about keeping the tax rate down? And we save on our energy. We save on as many things as we possibly can. We cut out things that we should have but don't have in order to keep the tax rate low. And here's an opportunity to actually, I mean, we're still one of the highest tax rates in the state, and here's an opportunity to knock more than 1% off of it with that 200,000, or maybe 150 of it to make it, or 160 to make it an even 300,000 and an even 2%. But I just think it's an opportunity to lower the tax rate that we had no idea was there before. And even though we're going to need money to do these projects, we're going to do them over some years. We're going to roll them out the way we have been based on what we thought we had. And they're going to continue to add to the tax rate. This is an opportunity to move it back, to reduce the rate a little bit. And it's not something that's happened very often. And it seems like it's found money there's never a time when we couldn't find important things to spend $200,000 on, or things that we're gonna have to put money into the budget for next year that we could use that $200,000 for. But it just seems like right now, between the police, fire, and this $200,000, it's just really a one-time opportunity to do something significant, to really demonstrate to the town that not only are we doing long-term planning, not only are we looking at the way we're budgeting, not only are we looking at squeezing every penny out of conservation and alternative energy and renewable energy, and looking at the long-range costs of all our capital. We're doing all these things, and we're also, when there's an extra penny, we're giving it back to the taxpayer. And I just really would like to see us do that this time. And there's no question at anything that anybody said that it's important to do this wisely and to use that money on. I mean, everything we do with our money is important. If there were unimportant things, we would have cut it a long time ago, and all the select boards before us would have as well. It's just like this is a one time, and I don't think it's going to. Well, maybe it'll happen again if we can forget we have a couple $100,000 for a little while. But it seems like it's an opportunity to really make a significant impact, and to get it down so that when we do have a police fire project, we're starting a little bit lower on the totem pole. So that's.
I think you got me back.
Well, they're all your arguments, John. It's pretty easy.
I know, but
David, can I speak?
Please.
I just want to say, I think for me, it feels like, so part of our vision, not just this year, but the previous year, since we began together as a board, was to move from being fiscally reactive to fiscally proactive. And even though, in my limited understanding of budgets and my really trying to wrap my mind around the truth, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it feels true to me that reacting to our operating expense by relieving the taxes is one of the things that we need not to be doing as we look at planning going forward, that we need to look at our operating expenses. So it feels like a challenge to not offer that immediate tax relief to Brattleboro, to the people that are struggling. But I think that's what it's going to take for us to see if we can actually get to a place where we have the money we need to do everything that has to be done. And coming around to budget season again this year, it feels to me like every year there are expenses that we didn't anticipate, and there are some small pots of money that we get to decide what to do with. That's just the nature of a fairly substantial budget. So I'm going to say I think Peter's recommendations are sound. I think where I stand as a board member is I think I'm willing to be informed by them and see what happens going forward, and also to really be mindful that we want to stay on proactive budgeting for the long term, for the good of the town, for the long term. So, yeah, I think the capital projects are important. They need to happen. They're rather urgent at this point. And so having $575,000 to address those feels really right.
The one thing I'm going to note is that if we take the $140,000 or $142,000 out of the budget that was to help finance police fire project, and we readjust the line items to reflect the reality of the fuel oil prices and the county taxes, we're going to be reducing our expenses for which we have to levy taxes by approximately $190,000, which means that the change in the tax rate, rather than being $280,000, is going to be $90,000, which is essentially 2/3% increase, which is a very small increase for the course of the year. So, I mean, there is progress, even without applying the $200,000. John?
So, David, just because it's easier for numbers, is there a way for us to do it? Like, can we say we're going to take the 140 and then the other differences and make it just a $200,000 instead of getting into the you know, the minutia of all these little tiny numbers and say, we'd like to take that money and just round it up to, and then it's a compromise a little bit to.
The $200,000 number that you're suggesting,
because I think
I
it's
understand
feasible.
why you're saying it. I understand why you're saying it, but I think ultimately what happens is that we're going to be making amendments to specific lines in the budget, and we're going to come to a different bottom line figure. And so, what I'm going to propose at this point, and I understand where you're at.
No,
but
that's-
what I'm going to propose is that I'm going to make a series of individual motions right now to see, you know, how the board winds up reacting to those.
Before you do that, can I just make one more,
Yeah, go for it.
one more idea in the mix? The, you said 280?
Yeah, we could take $90,000 from that surplus. So
Well, I
that
was
we get
thinking
to a
take 90
0%,
out of the
yeah.
200 and make it a 0% budget.
Right.
And so we get 100,000 more into the capital projects, and it was zero budget.
And that's something to consider.
Right.
You know, I mean, and I was thinking about that as well. So I know that will make Peter a little less uncomfortable. You know.
Yeah, only half as uncomfortable.
He's
just
supposed
as
to-
uncomfortable, just half.
He's supposed to squirm a little.
I like that bridge.
So I'm going to start by moving that the budget that we discussed in an informational meeting and that's presented at town meeting be reduced by the amount that previously was included in the budget for additional financing on the police fire facility. And that number to be provided, whether it's 140 or 142. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Then I move that the budget to be discussed and presented at informational town meeting and to be presented at town meeting be adjusted to reflect the current information we have about FY16 fuel prices and county taxes. Is there any discussion about that one? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed, abstaining? So that carries 5-0. What do you all want to do about the $200,000? Do you want to take $90,000 for tax relief, so we're presenting a 0% budget?
That's
I'm fine with
fantastic.
that if
You're
you wanna do it,
comfortable with
yeah.
that?
Yep.
All right. Don?
I'm on the phone for that.
Yeah, all right. Well, you know, I guess the next motion I'll make will be to take $200,000 additional money from the unassigned fund balance and to amend Article 19 to provide $485,000 in unassigned fund balance for capital projects, and then to add $90,000 from the unassigned fund balance to defray taxes. Is there any further discussion about that?
Read that back, please. Or
He doesn't have the tape recorder going. I can try to rephrase it. So this motion is that we take $200,000 additional out of the unassigned fund balance to apply that by adjusting Article 19 in the warning to provide for $485,000 from the unassigned fund balance to defray the cost of capital projects, and then to take $90,000 of that money to offset taxes.
May I, before you vote?
475 or 485?
485. And you'll have to come up with the exact wording
Right.
of that in anticipation of town meeting, so that we're not in a situation like we've been in this year and last year, where those 2 years are wedded together forever because we had a $200,000 surplus and deficit.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to whether or not you ought to do this. I do want to suggest that the motion reflect the understanding that once we've run those numbers, that the this $90,000 from
Could
unassigned
change.
fund balance isn't going to be exactly $90,000.
Right.
Yeah, clearly.
Right.
Okay, might be-
Approximately, I-
Approximately, might be a little more, might be a little less. We'll make it right and we'll tell you what
Right.
it is. But because the other is a warrant article, I think you should be very
It's gotta
clear
be
about what that dollar amount is going to be and let this be the floating number.
Right.
And that's fine. I think my motion stands as originally phrased, and Jan will get that from the tape recording, except I'm amending the motion to say approximately $90,000. And then I restated it, and Jan can see how closely
we know.
the two of them resemble one another, just for, you know.
Good luck with that.
We can vote on
For
whether it
giggles,
was right when we
you
do
know,
the minutes.
just to see. All right, so, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That carries 5-0 as well. So now we're on our way towards probably a 0% tax increase. John?
So,
do this.
David, am I going to amend each of those line items and actually prepare a new budget?
I think that would be prudent, but I wouldn't do that until we have a chance to review it all together.
Okay.
So begin working towards that with Peter and, you know, Patrick, whatever you need to do, and I'll take a look, you know, and, because I'm the one who's gonna wind up making the presentation
Okay.
at the informational meeting.
Yeah, but the board won't be looking at those numbers again until
Right.
after the
No.
informational meeting.
That's correct.
So, but we'll get them right. We should, in fact, reflect, based on the intent of the board with the action you've taken tonight,
Yeah.
we should adjust those individual line items and come to the bottom line that means no increase in taxes.
Yep.
Right.
And then show you what that is so you can be well prepared for the informational meeting.
Well, of course, the school district will be increasing our taxes by
Yeah.
8 cents on
Is that
a
what it
100. That's what I heard, 8 cents, unless the governor changes it.
Just so you know, Kate's over here dancing, so she's one happy camper.
Oh, yeah? Well,
Oh, yeah.
except the school tax rate's gonna.
Yeah, except for the
8
school
cents.
tax, yeah.
All right,
You get a chance to vote on that, too.
yep. The next item on the agenda is comprehensive review of town operations and financial planning project. Can I inquire what time is it?
Yes.
8:45.
8:45.
All right.
I can do.
No, I'm just
Literally
asking,
30 seconds.
I'm just asking because I was asked to reserve a half hour for the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
And that means we're gonna be until
Hour?
midnight.
Can we do that another time?
I'm still wide awake, but, you know. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay.
I'm not.
I'll be very brief because of the hour and because you're all well aware of the essence of this effort. What I wanted to do was actually give you an update and have a moment to talk about it in public and make sure that you're ready for us to just keep going forward. So the work has begun. We intend to continue forward in accordance with the schedule that I've given you as part of the backup for tonight's meeting. The next, I'd like to have an opportunity as part of presenting this year's budget to town meeting to give a little bit more meat on the bones of the description of what we have undertaken and why we've undertaken it and where we think we're going with it at that time. So rather than compressing to a minute or two like I am now, you know, have that body more fully understand the steps of this process, why it's important to follow the 3 steps, why what is the importance of the goal of having a long-term financial plan in place by the time we're doing next year's budget, how that all fits together from the longer-term perspective. So with that, and just letting you know that as long as it's okay with you that I make such a presentation as part of our budget presentation at town meeting, and that the next time that you would see a work product from this effort would be at the April 7th select board meeting, when we intend to actually have our first substantive discussion about where we are and where we're headed. Then we're going to continue on that path unless you direct otherwise.
Well, I have a little bit of concern about the abbreviated nature of what you just presented.
Okay.
I also have a concern about the fact that this is only a select board and staff meeting at this point,
Right.
even though it's publicly warned. We don't have any members of the press except for BCTV, and I believe that the comprehensive review of town operations and the financial planning project are way important steps that we're taking that people really need to know about, because for years I've been saying and others have been saying that we're committed to reviewing our operations in order to make sure that we are handling them as efficiently as possible, that we're delivering services as efficiently as possible, and that we're paying the right amount of taxes for the services that we provide. And I don't think you've ever had a chance, Peter, really to present in public what your vision is for that. I thought it was going to happen tonight. And I want to encourage you, since it's an abbreviated discussion this evening, to present it at an informational town meeting and to reach out to the members of the press who aren't here, because it's election night, you know, and talk with the Commons, talk to the Reformer, and explain what it is that we've undertaken, because this is way a fundamental re-examination of the work that we do here at the town.
Radio stations too?
Yeah, and the radio station. And I encourage you to speak with them. Right. Okay. So, yeah, Chris and Walt was here at the beginning of the meeting, but please do that. Okay. All right? Yep. And then we'll talk about it at the informational town meeting on the 17th. Any further discussion about the comprehensive review?
Just really pleased to see it laid out.
Oh, yeah.
And with dates that reporting out is going to happen. And that we're going to be talking about the budget in September instead of December.
So the next item on the agenda is the V-Trans grant. Can I, John? Is the V-Trans grant. So I'm going to just begin by introducing this briefly and say that there's been a lot of traffic safety related work going on in Brattleboro. Wait a second. Before we do that, can we change the agenda around? Are you only here, Russell, for the business licenses? We'll do Hannah first.
You can go first.
Do you have anything else other than V-Trans? Or we'll do V-Trans and then we'll do the business license.
We can get right through this.
Sorry about that, Russell.
No.
I move.
So we've had a lot of traffic safety related work going on. And it's not been coordinated at a way high level in order to make sure that it's being done as efficiently and effectively as possible. And we've had a proposal from this group, Local Motion, to work with us to help develop pedestrian bicycle traffic safety related planning at the state's expense. And Traffic Safety Committee considered it and decided it was a good way to move forward. So, Hannah, would you please describe what it is that they're offering?
Certainly. I'm Hannah O'Connell. I'm the Highway Utility Superintendent for the town of Brattleboro. Several months ago, an organization called Local Motion approached the town, and they wanted to offer to us some services that are being entirely funded through V-Trans and also with some federal money. Local Motion is a nonprofit bike ped planning and advocacy group. They're located in Burlington, Vermont. They do a lot of great educational outreach programs. They've previously worked with the town's Safe Streets groups to do, they distributed some leg bands. I know they did some, they distributed, I think, some coupons for some bike ped safety gear, helmets, visibility stuff. And so they had they had identified Brattleboro as a community that's really active and proactive about pedestrian planning. So they approached us with this program, and we've been discussing it with staff. We've been discussing it with the traffic safety program. And what they were offering to do for us is a bike ped safety action plan. And there was a little bit of reservation about this, that maybe it was doing some work that we've already done, and how can we get the most bang for, well, there's not really any buck of ours involved here, but how can we really utilize this the best? And so we met with Local Motion, and fortunately this program has a very flexible scope of work. So we thought that maybe this would be a perfect opportunity to develop some of the aspects of our existing traffic calming plan that we kind of feel like are a little bit underdeveloped right now and underutilized.
The traffic calming plan was a document that we developed over a kind of a long period of time and was approved over a year ago to help us uniformly respond to citizen concerns about safety problems around town. So our first thing that we would like local motion to take a look at is maybe a prioritization system within the traffic calming plan, so that we have a method of identifying how important an issue is. How do we prioritize with our limited budget what projects we tackle and what projects we tackle next year? We don't currently have a method for doing that. We feel like at the time of developing the traffic calming plan, we felt like it was something that was a little bit out of our technical expertise, and we wanted to make sure that we're getting something that's useful to the town, useful to the community, and useful to staff. Second is to enhance the program policy, which identifies how we respond to concerns that are raised by the public. At this point, it kind of drops off once it comes to traffic safety, but we'd like to really develop that farther. And how do we respond to whether it's a speeding complaint, or I'd like a stop sign, or I'd like a crosswalk? We really want to develop that and make sure that we're addressing everybody's concerns very fairly and uniformly. And Local Motion, as part of this program, is also able to offer us some technical assistance with finding and writing grants and creating a walk audit template. And this is something that the town has done on a couple different occasions. It's not a program that I've been a part of. It was a little bit before my time here. But it basically provides us with a method of involving the public in a walk through a certain area of town and identifying issues that might be posed to people with disabilities or any pedestrian or any transportation matter. So we brought this to the Traffic Safety Committee and they endorsed it, and we think it's a great opportunity to develop a document that we already have and make it more useful to everyone.
Very quickly. Yeah, I just want to supplement that by thanking Hannah for her leadership on this among the staff, and Rod, who's very substantially contributed to getting us to where we are at this point. There's been quite a number of the rest of us on staff who've been involved, but your efforts in defining what we're doing in a way that's going to make this next piece of work important and useful here in town is made it happen. It's brought us to where we are. So thank you for that, and we recommend together to you that you authorize us to keep going with this process and engage with Local Motion in preparing the MOU to bring back to you for your approval.
Alice Shark says it's a good thing, so. Yep.
Good.
Any other comments or questions from anybody on the board? I move that the Select Board endorse working with Local Motion to enhance the town's bicycle pedestrian safety improvement procedures and authorize town manager to develop a memorandum of understanding with Local Motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining, that carries 5-0. Next matter on the agenda.
Good work, Hannah.
Skipping, yes, thank you, Hannah. Skipping the committee appointments for now is the business license fines. Sorry, Russell, I didn't even realize you were over here for the
Settled in nicely. The first thing I would like to say is you have a list in front of you, I hope.
Yep.
Yes.
We do.
4, 6, and 8 are off.
Good.
So now we've got another
Which means that they paid after the.
$520.
Today or late yesterday.
All right. So Russell, do you want to talk with us about what is the item that's now in front of the board?
It's a list of businesses that we are aware are operating that have been notified in all cases with 4 letters, and in many cases with phone calls, as well as encouraging emails. And the business license runs from January 1st to January 1st, so we begin sending letters out in late November. There is a penalty schedule, which is occurs in January on the 15th and at the end of the month.
So these people at this point now owe $50 for the license, $25 in penalties, and a $100 fine, all according to ordinance which apply to any license in Brattleboro.
And so
these would be delivered to the town attorney and taken to small claims court if they still not paid in a rapid period of time.
And so then let me ask a question. There's 9, it looks like, active businesses that haven't paid what's now accumulated to $175, and 7 businesses that did not obtain the 2015 business license. What does that mean?
It means they didn't have 2014 licenses because we found them recently.
All right.
Or they came in and asked what they should do. In many cases, they've requested advice and direction, but they didn't pay for their license.
Okay. Do you want to read this list, or should I?
Reading the list is not something I had contemplated.
All right, well then I'll read the list. All right, so how many businesses are there in total in Brattleboro who paid the business license?
964.
All right.
965.
So, David, can I just ask one quick thing?
Sure.
Before you go to the list? How long have we had the business license? It's into
5 years old.
5 years,
and
right?
It's become considerably more organized in the last 3 years.
Right, but for the last 3 years, this has been very well organized. So at this point in time, there's no errors. You know, there's no, I didn't know, I didn't realize,
Well, it's amazing how many letters don't get to their addresses, except for the one that says you owe $175.
Right.
That one seems to arrive.
Seems to get through.
Yeah, okay. I just
All right,
wanted to make sure.
So there's 965 businesses in town, and I'm going to now read the list of the 16 businesses that have failed to pay their 2015 business license. Or 2016, was it 2015? 2015 business license. Bordenaro LLC, Emerson's Inc., Forever Green Laminates, Good Bear Productions, Mocha Joe's Roasting Company, Wrapped Creative, Shram, Superfresh Organic Cafe, Twice Upon a Time, Breeze Through Agility, Center for Digital Art, Equilibrium, Kino Media, Lifeblood Tattoo, Twice on Site, and Wyndham Woodworks. We certainly hope all of those businesses will promptly come into compliance with the 2015 business license requirements, so that we don't wind up going to small claims court.
We'd like to say that we're happy that this list is about half of last year's.
Yep.
Right.
Which was considerably shorter than the previous year.
And we want to thank the 950 businesses in town that have complied with the business license requirement.
And have produced, as of today, revenue of $49,050.
Thank you.
$50, isn't it?
Donna?
One question. I believe Equilibrium is closed.
Yes.
And so, and I know for sure, unless there are 2 businesses named that, they've been closed for a significant length of time, so you may want to look into pop up.
We will investigate anything, but Equilibrium has been renting space from another business and has been operating in recent weeks, putting on musical events.
I see.
But, no, could be wrong.
I just want to thank you for giving me my second notice.
Because that first one never came.
No, I'm...
John's notice count has dropped appreciably with the years.
It has. Yeah, I can streamline it now.
Now, I guess we have a motion. Does somebody want to make a motion on the business license fines issue?
Sure.
H.
Motion to assess fines for businesses that have failed to renew or obtain 2015 business licenses as presented and to pursue collection of those fines in small claims court.
Any further discussion? Is it to pursue collection of the fines or the fines and the fee? License fee?
It should be the license itself, the penalties, and the fine.
So if we can amend the motion to pursue collection of the fines, license fee, and penalties in small claims court. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining, that carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, again, going out of order because we've got presenters here. This is likely to be a half-hour presentation about the current status of the revisions of, how long? Shorter. All right, up to 20 minutes or a half-hour presentation about the 20 minutes presentation about the zoning ordinance.
If you can
Take
get it down to
whatever time
5.
you need. We're interested, very interested. So, Rod, Elizabeth, and Sue. Talk to us.
First, I want to say I'm really glad I paid my business license.
Oh, me too.
So hey, Sue. Yeah, sorry.
And thank you for making all those nice appointments to the Planning Commission. We have a nice new slate.
We were glad to have
And
people.
They were really good.
Yeah.
We had a meeting last night, and they were all very engaged.
Planning Commission and TRB too. It's nice to have full slates there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And alternates.
So, as you know, I'm Liz McLaughlin, and I'm chair of the Planning Commission. And we are appointed by the Select Board to prepare the town plan and development regulations. And in 2013, the town plan was accepted by the Select Board, and so we began directly to prepare development regulations. And the draft is on our website and has been the subject of many public outreach meetings and sessions. And of course, the Planning Commission is supported by our planning director and our town planner, and we have also engaged a consultant, Brandy Saxton, from a firm called PlaceSense to assist us. And so we have a, oh, what is happening? And that is the...
So Rod just has to move to the right or the left.
Yeah. So these development regulations
Thank you.
are
Is that okay?
Yeah.
a complete rewrite of the land use regulations, and that rewrite was definitely necessary. Sue, you want to take it from here?
Sure. Some of the reasons that we needed to rewrite them is it's been well discussed around town that the regulations are quite dated. Brattleboro first adopted zoning in 1938, and probably in that time frame there were some major changes to the document. But the last time, the core that we're working with now comes from the early 1980s, and a lot has changed in 30 years. So, as Liz mentioned, we have the recently adopted town plan, so that really set a new direction, new policy direction for land use regulations in Brattleboro. Development trends have changed a lot in 30 years. Best practice in planning and development has changed. One area is stormwater management. We used to just run it off-site. Now, because of other federal regulations, trying to capture it and infiltrate it on site. Federal and state statutes have changed. In 2004, the state of Vermont did a lot of changes to their Chapter 117 land use regulations. Some of that has not even made it into the existing zoning. So, and then finally, case law, both federal and state case law has really calls on us to re-examine what we have. And so, since the 1980s, there have definitely been some patches over the years, but really what we found is that it's difficult to work with. People find it confusing, and it's kind of contradictory in some places, so it's really time for new land use regulations. And so this is kind of a brief overview of some of the more significant changes in here, but not really getting into the details. There are new zoning districts, and there's some adjustment to the boundaries of some of our existing zoning districts. And I'll walk through those in a couple of slides. We're creating one land use regulation document. So right now we have a standalone zoning ordinance and we have subdivision regulations. We're unifying them, putting them in one document, so everybody knows where to go. And this actually does reduce some pages because some procedure can overlap. And then it also has one set of standards if you're, so it helps reduce inconsistencies. We are moving in the direction of having broader use categories with more uses allowed in some of the districts. In exchange for that, though, we're having more specific design, engineering, and technical standards. And I would also point out that that point is also corresponds to some state law as to why we want to be more specific, and also probably some just general good planning practice of equity and consistency. We are streamlining some of the review processes. For those of you that were around for town plan adoption, you might remember the term planned unit development. At some point, maybe not tonight or maybe later, we'll be talking about planned unit developments, and that's definitely an area we've streamlined. And then there's also, it's a completely redesigned, reorganized document. It's much more modern. There's graphics, there's charts and tables, all of which make it easier to read and also help clarify the standards as well.
Not entirely sure what's going on there. What it's meant to say, I can't get out of it.
Cool font.
Wonder if that came in.
Let me just see if I can make a quick adjustment here.
Computer thinks it's late at night.
It really printed
There
okay.
it goes.
Sorry about this.
Well, you just have to listen to Rod.
Okay, let's just cut back to the chase. I think it's important at this point for us to, for me to try and figure out which button I'm going to press.
But we're going to have to eventually listen to Rod.
Okay, so the issue here is the whole project is guided by a set of principles, and the first principle is zone for the norm and not the exceptions. So a lot of the interest that we have is from individual property owners or from people whose focus, the scale that they're working at is their immediate property or the property that they're considering how these rules or new policies will affect them. And what we want to say there is that it's important to acknowledge the work of the Planning Commission and the work of the regulations is to operate largely at the scale of at least a zoning district and then see how those pieces of the jigsaw puzzle fit together to make the whole town. So we're not working at the scale of individual parcels and then building up from that level. Clearly we have to test and check and confirm that when you go to apply the guidance language and the regulations that they work at the level of an individual parcel, but we're not framing the overall rules and the framework of the program of policies at the level of individual parcels. And that jumping in scale or the realization that the Planning Commission's work is properly at that scale and that the scope of these rule changes are at that scale is a really important underlying principle, because much of the feedback that you receive and have to process is actually at a lower scale. And to illustrate that a little bit more carefully, the reason why we're at this scale up here, the whole zoning district, or even putting those big pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together to think about the way the whole town comes together and will look in the future through the process of development, is that there's lots of protections for individual property owners in case law, in their constitutional rights, and in the procedures and mechanisms of the application of the zoning bylaw and the subdivision regulations. But the prevailing concept is that that land use regulations such as this properly control neighborhoods and areas and work to achieve certain sets of standards that the community has properly agreed to. So that would be the key point there. What we want to do is actually encourage development patterns and activities that the community has already expressed a desire that they want to see more of. So in the very lengthy but thorough process behind the town plan, and then in the lengthy and thorough process that goes behind this work, including using a consultant and reviewing other communities' regulations, what we're proposing here is a response to the current expectations and views expressed at the level of the state and state policy, how that gets embodied in local regulations, but most importantly, we've listened to the public. We've asked explicit questions about their expectations and what standards they would be willing to live with, and we've tried to encode that in language that we think is easy to follow and has got a clear practical intent. So what we see is that the standards need to be clearly expressed. This sometimes leads to length, partly because there's different ways of expressing that. Sometimes it's tabular, sometimes it's through illustrations, sometimes it's through text, sometimes it's the combination of those things. So what we're trying to do is make it very accessible in terms of the standards that we're attempting to achieve and explain why. And then along the way, we're also building in mechanisms for flexibility. What we'd say is that there's generally a trade-off between more flexibility on the one hand, particularly in terms of uses, and for those of you not that familiar with zoning bylaw structures, there's always, for every zoning district, a list of permitted uses and so-called conditional uses. The lists that we currently have show years of addition and subtraction. Let's just say that there's not a whole lot of consistency to what's permitted and what's conditional. And it reflects changing standards and expectations. If we're going to broaden the range of permitted uses, then in exchange for that added flexibility, what we need to hold property developers to is a higher set of standards to ensure that this broader set of uses doesn't have the negative impacts that previously we considered meant that they would just be left off the list, if you see that distinction. So what we're doing here is implementing the following goals from the town plan, which were all clearly established in that process. Smart growth approach. So here we're talking about supporting and sustaining walkable neighborhoods that are close to downtown and the more traditional neighborhoods immediately around downtown. And then West Brattleboro Village and the surrounding neighborhoods to West Brattleboro Village, but also further controlling and guiding growth out in rural and rural residential districts that, left unchecked, could contribute to sprawl. We're interested in achieving town plan goals to do with sustainability of the environmental kind primarily, and that is to do, we can go into more detail later, but it addresses issues of impervious surface and stormwater, and those two things are related. Again, sprawl and the protection of working landscapes in general, so farmland and rural landscapes. We aim to achieve some level of fiscal responsibility, which actually plugs into those first two bullet points, particularly in not encouraging more low-density development in areas of town that are less well-serviced, that would cumulatively place extra pressures on public works, fire, and police, and emergency services in particular. So we're concerned about controlling and containing development on the fringe. Enhance the assets that we already have. We've created new zoning districts to take into account water resources and significant coastal areas that you see, the river frontage areas that we see here, and established a specific zoning district to address that so that we can maximize that asset. Other assets that we're trying to maximize include, as I mentioned before, the walkable neighborhoods and what we think are potential neighborhood centers that could be better drawn out. Protection of the environment, we've already spoken to that. Protection of health and safety through implementing standards that ensure that no matter what the proposed use of a property is, that it meets current guidelines or requirements in that regard. And then lastly, improve the quality of development. In particular, we feel this is our response to the often mentioned need to improve the grant list. So what we're actually addressing here is establishing reasonable community standards that mean that when people undertake development projects, that it's a cumulatively positive impact and that would be represented ultimately in an improvement in the grant list. Okay, so Sue's going to just work it through the public outreach process so far.
Yeah, so where we've been so far, and we've kind of used kind of a textbook planning process for rewriting land use regulations. So in the kind of flow chart, we started with the town plan. We did a lot of outreach with that has actually fed into the land use regulations as well. The scope part is we knew it needed to be changed. We went out, we hired a consultant, we went through the whole RFP process. The diagnose part is that our consultant actually went through the town plan, went through our existing land use regulations. We kind of saw where there were holes, gaps, inconsistencies, all of that. And you may have received that document at the end of June or January. It was a technical review. And if you haven't, I'll definitely get that to you. And then, no, okay. And then we set about working with the consultant to write the regulations. And so now we're in a public outreach process. We actually had, in the orange box, we had about kind of a blitz of events that was well publicized. Both the newspapers picked up on it. We were interviewed by TSA. Our meetings were filmed. Most of them were filmed by BCTV. We have a project website. Our consultant has put together a list of over 200 people that have basically received email blasts of what's going on. And so we had a series of open houses where people could just stop in and ask their questions, learn about it, and then presentations.
So can I just ask one quick thing?
Sure.
Did you get a lot of public participation? I mean, did a lot of people show up to any of the meetings, or?
The first series was better attended.
It was.
Than the second. It wasn't
The
great.
farmer's market was interesting because there were people who came upon us. And
You have a captive audience too, yeah.
became
Yes.
interested.
Right.
Which was really nice.
Right.
I think in a lot of cases it was the usual suspects, but those are the people who are interested in the process.
Right.
At the other meetings, but the farmer's market was unusual, and there were certainly varied times and varied venues so that we could catch whomever might be interested.
Even the people that came up to us, I feel like most of them said, "Oh yeah, I saw a newspaper article about that," or "I saw this." So there was awareness. I think some of it reflected.
Yeah, again, we as a board, we're always just trying to figure out how to get more people interested in government.
I think we've had our share of cold and snowy nights and those
Yeah.
other things, but
And we fortunately lucked out with these, actually.
right.
It's cold, but...
Right. So, but I think, and you know, it was a similar story when we were putting together the town plan too. So
exactly.
Yeah.
What kind of concerns did you hear from at the public meetings? What were people worried about, or what were the questions?
I don't want to get you guys off track.
No, it's okay.
That's good.
Well, that's kind of...
Yeah, I know.
We've actually logged, so one of the processes that we developed here was to actually maintain a log of all the comments that we received, either in meetings, via email, or some other format, or comments to the website. So there's a comment function on the website, the project website. We have little boxes with, you know, golf pencils and comment cards when we meet. We, you know, have a series of processes of collecting feedback, and I guess we've been logging those. Some they run the gamut. Some of them we've picked up on a couple of, you know, contradictions or mismatches between something on, you know, a particular page and another page, which was useful because no matter how many times you proofread it, you know, somebody else's eyes pick up the, well, what over here it says this, and then yet here it says this. Which one is it? And we were like, oh, and that was to do with It was something on Canal Street that referenced. It was something to do with professional offices.
Professional offices
right.
and offices,
So
professional services.
some of the questions have been about very specific technical things, such as a category or a definition, a category of use or a definition. Others have been more general about the plausibility or the likelihood of a neighbourhood changing or shifting, or what the rationale behind that was. Some people have been interested in the notion that we're proposing a new zoning district just north of the Veterans Bridge on Putney Road as a neighbourhood centre, in an effort to take advantage of the asset which is the confluence of the West and the Connecticut rivers. And so, but generally when it's explained what the scope is and the expectation that it would take some time for that to get implemented, that people are responsive to that. We've had several conversations with one of the key property owners in that neighbourhood, and he seems to be, I think he has reservations about how likely it is to happen given the market, but he feels that it's an appropriate response.
I think from some of the business owners, it was, they wanted to know how it was going to affect them.
Exactly.
If they're redeveloping. Some of it was understanding grandfathering. I think they thought it would go into effect and they need to make changes, and so some of it was talking about that.
There were a number of people who asked questions about uses and districts that we've given consideration to and have already made changes at last night's meeting. So they were very thoughtful, and we could easily respond to that and give it a second look.
There was some conversation about the subdivision regulations, in particular in the rural parts of town, rural residential and rural, and flip to the map in a little bit. But we're looking at buildable area. And so there was concern about if you're limiting density or the number of lots that you can get by using a buildable area. So we'd look at the features that aren't developable. So really steep slopes, wetlands, surface waters, that kind of thing. And we're saying you can't count that towards your parcel, for the purposes of figuring out how many lots you can get. We're going to subtract that. There was some concern over that. But then I would add, we have another mechanism where if you approach the development a different way, then you could use the whole parcel area.
So there's incentives.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I think the most well-attended was the professionals' breakfast.
Right.
Right.
Actually.
How did the Putney Road end of that? Were there a lot of people involved in that, or?
We've not had a lot of feedback from the property owners along the Putney Road corridor.
Because I know that was a big part of the planning years ago.
We've worked to simplify the number of zoning districts, and like I said, at the bottom end, which is sort of a little outside the area that most people were focusing their attention on a lot in previous years. But some simplification and streamlining of the zoning districts, but by using pretty generous use charts, in other words, having lots of flexibility with uses. I think that we've managed to capture most of the key points from the previous work, while streamlining and simplifying the actual application.
Because there was a lot of work done on that section.
Yes.
For a long time.
And there were a lot of zoning districts.
Yes.
It was 9. It's currently 9, and there's it's sort of a zoning geeks test as to what the difference between one zoning district and another is in an area that's less than 3 miles.
Right.
So it's a lot for a small community.
Yeah.
Do you want to move on?
Sure.
Okay. This is a bit funky. Well, it's actually better up there than it is here, so it's okay.
I don't know why that
I'm not
happened.
sure what's going on.
I think when I transmitted it over.
Yeah.
So in terms of the zoning map, I wanted to kind of walk through a couple of changes. We have a new mixed-use district, which is going to replace multiple districts. Right now we have like commercial office, commercial industrial, a whole bunch of not mismatches, but pieced together, very little differences between them. And so we've created a mixed-use district to kind of consolidate those. And that mixed-use district is well, this doesn't show so great.
Right.
But it's the orange area. It's kind of transition areas on the edge of the downtown. The downtown is red. So it's kind of the leading in. It's across from the Commons, the Park Place area. It's Canal Street. We actually were making some changes to this district last night at the Planning Commission, but it's kind of the intersection of William Street and Union Hill, kind of that area where there's some commercial development in there, but there's really also a lot of residential. And the goal with the mixed-use district is to allow a mix of uses, but really keep it residential in character. So we also have a residential neighborhood, which is a slight change from right now. We have this is residential neighborhood. It's consolidating a couple of other, we had multiple residential, we had residential office, and it kind of incorporates those. Again, there's a little bit more flexibility in having some non-residential uses at a limited scale. And that is the yellow areas of town.
These larger areas.
Are on this map. I'll just leave it here. There's, as Rod mentioned, there's a new water and recreational district in this kind of consolidated places that maybe are municipal owned, where there's some recreational function, or Pleasant Valley Reservoir is also in that. And then we're also looking for areas where we can encourage a mix of uses, so this can definitely be developed. But we want to take advantage of the water, and that doesn't mean we need a boat launch, but we want to site the development to take advantage of the water. So one of the areas that we talked about last night at the Planning Commission meeting was actually changing the Depot Street area from mixed use into this water recreation. So that, if there's office buildings or whatever, maybe there can still be public access along the river.
Can I inquire as to this water and recreation area? Those fluvial hazard erosion regulations were a big topic of select board review 5 or 6 years ago, right before I got on the board.
Yes, they were.
And it looks to me like this district probably follows those areas, or does it not? I mean,
No.
what is is that the whetstone? What you're pointing to now? Rob?
Yeah, that is along the whetstone.
Yep.
A lot of it's municipal owned land, but some of it is kind of properties off the back of Maple Street that kind of go down to the whetstone.
Okay.
We don't have the fluvial erosion hazard in this. What we do have is some riparian setbacks and some buffers
So when we were
on all streams.
I'm sorry, so when we were considering the planning, the town plan, there was some back and forth between us about the extent to which that was going to be a priority, fluvial hazard erosion or something similar to that. Why is that being incorporated in the way you've chosen and not?
The state has changed their rulemaking on this particular topic, so they've introduced the notion of the river corridor, which would apply through the Act 250 review process. So any development of 10 units or more or 10 acres is going to be subject to an Act 250 permit, which will deploy the state's so-called river corridor map, and that's how that section of Living Memorial Park got caught up in that. That's a very recent example of that being applied, and that roughly corresponds with their previous efforts at mapping their fluvial erosion hazard area. Because that change was going on while we were developing both the town plan and this, what we settled on as an approach was to identify river corridor buffers that we feel achieved the same level of protection for the most part with simplicity in terms of their application, because it's just a straight top of bank measurement. So there is actually different ways you can measure from the center of the waterway, or you can measure from the top of bank. So we've elected top of bank, which is fairly easy to establish in a site visit. and then some provisional distances in this draft version. I would expect that we'd still be under some pressure at some point from the state to work harder at incorporating fluvial erosion hazard standards, and I think that we are watching carefully to see how those evolve. I think it's early days yet, and I think that the uptake across the state has been at best patchy, and so my inclination and my recommendation at this point is that we should sit back and watch. But the buffers, I think, represent a pretty, a safe assessment of the area that we feel is reasonable to set aside or reasonable to take extra care with and to avoid actual development in, without engaging in more complicated engineering arguments about the likelihood or probability of that being impacted by one specific hazard event. And so we would say that there are other ecological and environmental benefits from buffering in a broad manner rather than having to meet specific criteria around a hazard assessment that gets much more complicated and effectively would lead to more complex decision making on our part and then the increased likelihood of appeals. So it's a regulatory use judgment as much as anything else. And we'll see how the state, we expect pressure from them to go beyond that, I suspect.
I would also add that in addition to the river buffers that Rod talked about, one of the things we want to do is limit the development on steep slopes, because one of the criticisms that we had is, well, you're just applying it to where it all goes in, but what are you doing on the upper reaches? So developing on steep slopes leads to increased runoff, sedimentation, erosion, all of which goes downhill. So
where we're actually trying to be more effective is controlling the way development happens out here in the higher reaches of the watershed, where small but cumulative, small changes, parcel by parcel, acre by acre, but cumulatively over time can have really significant impacts on their velocity and the volume of the water that's transported along the streams.
Closer to downtown. Right.
And then what happens, as you know, is that up here, if this was a really good TV, you could do this, you could fold it. This is high, and it channels like this, and then it flattens out at certain points, and then downtown's flat. So by the time it gets down here, we've got serious velocity issues, and we've got a lot of runoff that is picked up from impervious surfaces and so forth. And this is where we actually have the flooding that we experienced through Irene and the damage that was caused. It's not to say that roads didn't blow out and culverts didn't fail out here, but it's down here. And so some of the feedback that we got from the early application of the fluvial erosion hazard area was that these people somehow are being penalized in a certain kind of way on the off chance that it was going to provide some kind of relief for people down here. And then similarly, the application of fluvial erosion hazard criteria down here is extremely complicated to do because it's already really built out. And so we felt like from a regulatory, it didn't really, on neither end of town did it really work for us in a certain kind of way. So by controlling development more carefully here, we think we can minimize the increase in runoff and the velocity questions. And then with careful attention to road maintenance and so forth, we should see some improvements over time. Down here, it might be more the case that we view small neighborhoods or small areas more as project areas that need to be redeveloped in a way that's sensitive to the reality now that a highly straightened and modified urban stream, which is the whetstone, is likely to flood in certain intervals, and when it does, we should be ready for it rather than somewhat unprepared for it the way we were the last time. That kind of vision, which is the one that we're working with, doesn't correspond very effectively with the current application of state regulations. And I think it's fair to say at this point our experience of state regulations imagines everything is like this. and it has a harder time working in highly urbanized environments such as this. And so that insensitivity is something that we're confronting.
But that was the big argument years ago about the fluvial erosion, was that it was going to adversely affect the property owners out on the upper part of the plan. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So so the way we've addressed that is by putting in performance standards for development in this area that should control it, and not just impact property holders with frontage on the brook.
Frontage on, and that's what we were hoping to get some kind of a middle ground.
Right. And but they'll still be impacted by the buffer.
Right.
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 You know. So. But the notion of neighborhoods as project areas is problematic on all sorts of different levels. It's a topic for a different day, I think. But it's an important consideration once you get probably east of the intersection of Williams Street and Western Avenue, Route 9. You know, from there on in, it's, you know, from the covered bridge, from the old covered bridge down to the Connecticut River. The brook is a completely different animal and needs to be thought of in those ways, I think.
You need a beaver hatchery up there.
There used to be a mink farm there. I don't know if you want to get that going again, David. I think we'd give you a permit for a mink farm. I think that's a permitted use.
I mean, in terms of holding the water back.
Right. Well, the mink farm apparently held a lot of things back. Okay.
Off topic, and you're almost at your half an hour.
I apologize.
Okay, all right.
I apologize for asking that question about fluvial hazard erosion regs, but that was an excellent answer. Way principled and comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if you get Rod going, he can go.
He'll comprehend you.
Absolutely answered the question.
Just a couple of other changes to the zoning map that I want to point out to you. As we mentioned before, we're reducing from 9 zoning districts along Putney Road to 3. And actually, so there's an industrial district, there's a service center, which is our existing commercial, so that allows for the large-scale development. We're actually recommending in the draft to do away with the economic impact study if you're doing a building over 60,000 square feet. 65,000 square feet. A large building would still be a conditional use, but that review could handle the traffic and the impacts that we expect to see.
Just on that point, I think that part of the process that we've gone through is we don't think there's anything specifically problematic about a development over particular square footage. Between contemporary processes of manufacturing or retailing or whatever, you know, the kinds of uses that we could conceive of there may not, you know, it could be a manufacturing facility, or it could be a warehouse facility, or it could be retail or whatever. We think that the economic advantages and disadvantages, you know, are an interesting topic to think through, but it's not something that we want to control for or regulate. The things that we want to mitigate are the things that we want to mitigate at a much smaller scale, and that would be traffic impacts and safety questions associated with that, noise and odor. And what we've settled on is that, for the most part, we don't have heavy industry in Brattleboro. We're not likely to encounter it anytime soon. And between federal and state regulations, things like dust, noise, and odor are controlled by other, you know, regulatory frameworks. So for us, it's the more localized issues of traffic and lighting and landscaping and the impact on the neighborhood. And so the way we've addressed that is by putting in performance standards for development in this area that should control it, and not just impact property holders with frontage on the brook.
Frontage on, and that's what we were hoping to get some kind of a middle ground.
Right, and but they'll still be impacted by the buffer.
Right.
You know, so but the notion of neighborhoods as project areas is problematic on all sorts of different levels. It's a topic for a different day, I think, but it's an important consideration once you get probably east of the intersection of Williams Street and Western Avenue, Route 9. You know, from there on in, it's, you know, from the covered bridge, from the old covered bridge down to the Connecticut River, the brook is a completely different animal and needs to be thought of in those ways, I think.
You need a beaver hatchery up there.
There used to be a mink farm there. I don't know if you want to get that going again, David. I think we'd give you a permit for a mink farm. I think that's a permitted use.
I mean, in terms of holding the water back.
Right. Well, the mink farm apparently held a lot of things back. Okay.
Off topic, and you're almost at your half an hour.
I apologize.
Okay, all right.
I apologize for asking that question about fluvial hazard erosion regs, but that was an excellent answer. Way principled and comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if you get Rod going, he can go.
He'll comprehend you.
Absolutely answered the question.
Just a couple of other changes to the zoning map that I want to point out to you. As we mentioned before, we're reducing from 9 zoning districts along Putney Road to 3. And actually, so there's an industrial district, there's a service center, which is our existing commercial, so that allows for the large-scale development. We're actually recommending in the draft to do away with the economic impact study if you're doing a building over 60,000 square feet. 65,000 square feet. A large building would still be a conditional use, but that review could handle the traffic and the impacts that we expect to see.
Just on that point, I think that part of the process that we've gone through is we don't think there's anything specifically problematic about a development over a particular square footage. Between contemporary processes of manufacturing or retailing or whatever, you know, the kinds of uses that we could conceive over there may not, you know, it could be a manufacturing facility, or it could be a warehouse facility, or it could be retail or whatever. We think that the economic advantages and disadvantages, you know, are an interesting topic to think through, but it's not something that we want to control for or regulate. The things that we want to mitigate are the things that we want to mitigate at a much smaller scale, and that would be traffic impacts and safety questions associated with that, noise and odor. And what we've settled on is that, for the most part, we don't have heavy industry in Brattleboro. We're not likely to encounter it anytime soon. And between federal and state regulations, things like dust, noise, and odor are controlled by other, you know, regulatory frameworks. So for us, it's the more localized issues of traffic and lighting and landscaping and the impact on the neighborhood. So we felt that there was no justification to continue the economic impact assessment associated with development above 65,000 square feet. So we're recommending that that be abandoned.
And we're also proposing in that area a neighborhood center, which is a new zoning district. It goes from the Veterans Bridge to Technology Drive, which is where Royal Plaza is, and across the street a little bit. There's also one down on Canal Street, which takes into account the Price Chopper Plaza. So it's basically a fairground to just short of Lexington.
Lexington,
I think
yes.
it's Lexington. And the idea there, especially on Canal Street, there definitely is residential. Up on Putney Road, there's not so much residential, but it is smaller scale buildings that are closer to the road. So we'd like to have some infill residential. There are some housing complexes that are set back off of Putney Road, kind of on the Connecticut River side. So it would be great to kind of get more residential in there if the market sees that. And then finally, well, it doesn't show on this map, is we are proposing a historic district overlay for our existing historic districts that are on the National Register. So that's there's one for downtown. It's not the entire downtown. There's one in West Brattleboro Village. Again, it's not the entire village. It's a small area. And then there's Clark Canal and Horton Homestead. And the idea there is that there might, because we value the historic buildings that we have, and we think they contribute greatly to the streetscape. There would be a little bit more design review that we'd be looking at, make sure that if there's an addition or if there's some sort of change, that it's sympathetic to those buildings. And there's lots of guidance provided through the National Park Service on how to evaluate that. We wouldn't be recommending another board to review it. It would be still done by the Development Review Board at that level. So those are some of the map changes. And then for rural and rural residential, we really just moved the boundary so that it matches the road lines or parcel lines. They're kind of in a 200-foot setback, I think, from Bonnievale Road and is that Bonnievale and Meadowbrook.
Meadowbrook. Yeah.
You know, now that we have GIS, it's much easier to snap things to parcel lines or to roads, where before you often measured distances.
We just use crayons or something. I don't know how it happened before.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about where we're going to introduce design standards and the rationale behind that and how we see it working. One of the important innovations, it's small but important, is that these are actually illustrations from the draft document, and the document depends on illustrations such as this that are illustrative of the outcome that we'd like to see. And so even just at a casual glance, an applicant, doesn't have to be qualified or a professional applicant. The concepts are clearly explained. They match the definitions that found in the other parts of the document, and you can get a quick working understanding of what it is that we're attempting to achieve. This, to some extent, adds a little bit of length to the document. It doesn't add complexity. I think it illustrates effectively what we're trying to achieve. The kinds of things that we're focusing on is what's wrong with American zoning practice and the way new towns or new areas get developed, and that is older communities, more established communities, of which Brattleboro has many neighborhoods that conform to that description, couldn't be rebuilt with contemporary zoning regulations because they separate all the uses out and make for isolate the uses rather than blend them. So what we're trying to do here, and particularly in the mixed-use districts, is focus our attention on the blend. And what we're trying to do is encourage attention to some basic elements. In particular, we want the area between the street and the building to be consistent across the neighborhood, to minimize the impact of visual clutter and trash and those facts of life of whatever land use you've got that are best found behind a building or beside a building, out of the pedestrian or passers-by's view. And well, in particular, it's not an area that we think is appropriate for car parking. So typically in many older neighborhoods, what you'll see is gravel or blacktop from the sidewalk to the front of the building, and then as many cars as you can squeeze in between the building and the sidewalk. We're actually asking that not be the way properties are developed in the future. And then what we want, particularly for bigger buildings, bigger commercial buildings, is sensitivity to the human scale and sensitivity to the streetscape. And the way we want to address this is by having some design requirements around facades, what we call massing, so some variation, some breakup of the elevation that fronts the street, a clear front door so that people can see easily from the street actually how to get in and out of the building, and that door is oriented towards street use rather than a parking lot that might be part of the property. And then lastly, some sensitivity to the parking and layout, attempting wherever possible to put the parking on the side or to the rear of the building so that the public arena, which is the street, meets standards that the public has expressed to us repeatedly in terms of what they would like to see in commercial districts. And it can be summarized most broadly as a move away from unthinking auto orientation and more to a pedestrian scale. And I think that it's a clash that you experience frequently in Brattleboro in the older areas where cars are kind of squeezed in, and that's okay to some extent. But then in newer areas, both to the south and the north, the dominance of the car and the need to get vehicles in and out tends to dictate what we would refer to as other site plan considerations, and therefore that's what we're trying to overcome and avoid. This is drawn from a range of best practice approaches in other communities, and it's been tested through case law, and the framing of the regulations here reflect the most effective way of doing it, but in a way that doesn't call out a need for our office to add regulatory, staff to increase our regulatory response. Okay. You gonna do this one, or is it? Okay. So, leading on from that last discussion about design requirements for commercial and mixed-use districts, we're saying that we've increased the number of permitted uses and conditional uses in some instances for the industrial districts. We've protected some industrial districts. We've recognized through our recent efforts at recruiting new employers to town that we actually have a surprising limitation on access to well-serviced flat land that's accessible by more than one mode of transportation, or any mode of transportation. We have lots of rocky, unserviced land that's zoned industrial, and we think that that's a limitation. So we've preserved and protected those industrial districts both to the north and the south. One of the other things that we've done there is we've increased the minimum parcel size. There's a sort of a commercial creep that can go on in industrial zoning districts where there's an encouragement to have actually pretty small parcel sizes, something akin to, like a small auto repair shop or something similar to that. Sometimes there's noxious uses or noxious side effects from a use such as that, like a panel shop or a repair shop, that might mean it's an appropriate location in some regards to put it in an industrial district. But if it undermines our ability to actually offer large parcels of land to somebody who's proposing a large building, then what we've done is undermine our ability to extract more value from the grant list. So we've increased the minimum parcel size in industrial districts as well. For the most part, what we're asking for is buildings that are sensitive to the streetscape and meet design standards. I just spent some time talking through how we should best achieve that. Along with that, we're looking at specific standards for landscaping, for buffers, for parking, for signs, and for outdoor lighting. We have a convoluted sign section currently. Our outdoor lighting section is actually pretty solid, but we've proposed new language for those that's clearer, easier to follow. And then in particular, we're asking for stream banks, buffers to be implemented along stream banks for not just aesthetic reasons, but in fact performance reasons to do with stormwater runoff. And we've got, that would influence our approach to the design of parking lots and the management of stormwater in general on site. So, as Sue pointed out before, much of the commercial and industrial development that you see in Brattleboro that dates from the 70s and the 80s is built on the premise that you transport the stormwater off-site as quickly as possible and take it to a ditch and take it somewhere else. That is the complete reverse now. The expectation is that all the stormwater is handled and processed on-site, and as far as practical, actually infiltrates on-site for reasons to do with flood storage and management, but in particular water quality. And so it's a complete reversal, and our regulations don't really reflect that reversal in policy, but the draft ones do. So.
So we're almost done here.
Yep.
And so for if you're a residential property owner, particularly a 1 or a 2 family residential property owner, if you want to do an addition or add an apartment, it's probably not going to have very much effect compared to what exists now. If you have a lot and you want to develop it with a 1 or 2 family dwelling unit, that's not going to be a problem either. We haven't really made any changes to minimum lot sizes, other than in the industrial zoning district. There's really been no changes to setbacks either, so those are not changing. The one change, though, is that if you are multifamily, right now we have kind of a sliding scale of density. So if you have 1 or 2 lots, you need 6,000 square feet on your lot, or 1 or 2 units, you need 6,000 square feet on your property. And then for each additional unit, you need 2,000 square feet. We actually are saying that you would need another 6,000 square feet for each unit. I think that's the way it's written. Right. Part of that is we receive a fair amount of complaints about sometimes it's just too dense. There's not enough room for parking. It starts to impact the neighborhood. So again, we're thinking at that higher level where it's not just the individual property owner, it's how does it affect the neighborhood, and when it gets too dense, actually, it does begin to affect the quality of the neighborhood.
But there still is an appeal process that can go on.
Sure.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. And remember, inside the urban center, there's no parking, there's no requirement.
Yeah, not a problem.
You don't have to provide off-street parking.
Right.
Yeah. There is a change to subdivisions, particularly if you live in the rural area. We can talk about that tonight or another night.
It'd be another night.
So if you own property and you want to subdivide, you could be affected in that area. If you live in the neighborhood center or the mixed use district, there's a potential that you might have some more non-residential uses abutting you. But again, there's a flexibility in use, but there is more design control. And the urban center and West Brattleboro Village and the remaining residential neighborhoods are largely unchanged.
So here we are at this point in the process, and we're here, March, right here. Originally, as we originally envisaged this, as you know, we've been in the public outreach process pretty actively since the beginning of the year, and that follows almost 12 months of monthly planning commission meetings, with this being the one and only topic of discussion. We were expecting to wrap this public outreach process up for the planning commission and move to public hearings commencing end of April. So the one thing that there's a bit of a wrinkle there is that we, for reasons to do with the state changing the way they expect us to do things, we actually have to amend the town plan to obtain renewal of the village centre designation for the village of West Brattleboro, which was not something that we knew when we wrote the town plan or even started the process, scheduling this process and hiring a consultant. So we have that, and then we have, the idea here is to gather from you what exactly you would like to see from the planning commission and from this department to educate you in a way that you feel comfortable. Ultimately, you're the body that adopts it, and so we're interested to hear from you what types of information you need, or what format you'd like, and when you'd like it.
I picked up a draft 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, but I haven't read it.
Right.
Should I read it now, or should I wait until you've made whatever changes have been gathered through this public input process?
There's a couple of things that I don't think, no, I think for the most part, the general thrust of the document is intact. The larger scale changes about how we're going to do things, we've not heard from anybody or received any compelling feedback that would make us want to not, to take things back. I don't know why it went blank. You're back. And so I think I think you should read the one you've got. There'll be a different zoning map because I think we're going to change some district boundaries a little bit. And I think there's going to be some technical changes that you probably wouldn't spot unless we showed them to you.
I think the one section would be part 2 that we're
Yes.
working on, which is the zoning districts and the uses. And we actually do have a new, the next format will be easier to read what uses are allowed.
Right.
The rest of it, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so then, I want to just, okay.
These things are nice, these handouts that we've had at all the public forums. I think they're very clear, and they have these things, how is the map change and why, so it's a nice starting point.
Right.
All right, well, the way I envision the process at this point in the select board involvement is that you all have done a ton of work considering what were the problems with the old document, and then writing a brand new one that should carry us into the future for the next 20 or 30 years. And while there's been a lot of public input, or a lot of opportunity for public input,
yes,
there's 2 roles I think we play here at this point. One is weighing in substantively, and the second is providing that last opportunity for public input.
Right.
I mean, there's not a lot of public input left here tonight, since there's nobody here but us. But it does serve that role. And I guess what I'd like to know is, what do you consider to be realistic for the board to fulfill those roles in terms of timing and presentations? When I came to the professionals
yes.
breakfast, which you said was the
biggest
attendance, and it was not heavily attended, so
No.
that's, you know, that's a sad recommendation right there.
Right.
Or a sad comment. I really learned about it for the first time, and now the board's learning about it for the first time. I'm not sure that any of these people on the board but me had heard about any of this, particularly before, certainly not in a level of detail. And I just want to make sure that it's being fully aired with enough opportunity to review it, so that when it's adopted, everybody's had a chance, or enough of a chance, to know what it's about.
Right.
And that we've had a chance really to weigh in. So it's going to take time. I expect this thing is 100 pages.
More.
I mean, I'm going to.
It's a really big font. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm going to read every word on every page, you know, and I don't know if everybody else here will, but, and then I'm going to come back and ask questions. It's really our job to at least take the time to think about it.
Right.
And to whatever extent there's handouts that'll help to guide us through, that's a good thing. And then we need to make sure that everybody's got the opportunity to weigh in at this final level.
And that, not to butt in, but that is a little bit of my concern, is that there's been so much work done on your part, as you know, that our presentation is I think we just touched the tip of the iceberg.
Tip of the iceberg, exactly. So,
and yeah,
it's not clear to me that the way aggressive May deadline is totally realistic, but maybe it is. And I'm really looking to you all also to help to present back to us.
Right.
What do you think is the best way to make sure this is presented as publicly as possible, as comprehensively as possible, with enough of a chance for us to do this last review before it's adopted, and then it becomes the guiding document for the next 30 years.
Right. If I could just, what we've strived to do so far, in terms of public outreach, is what might be termed unconventional. I mean, I think it's textbook rollout for a land use regulation rewrite in the contemporary setting. I mean, I think professionally this is, we've really looked to other communities in the state and across the country in terms of how best to go about this. And we've tried to mobilize the media's interest and the community's interest in endless numbers of ways. We don't have a Twitter account, but that's about it. What we have tried to do in those different venues is get to where people are. And the interesting aspect of that is that the closer you get to where the people happen to be anyway, the easier, that's where the interaction's been. So the more traditional, let's hold a meeting in a room at the Marlborough Graduate Center on a freezing Wednesday night, oddly enough, is not very effective at turning out a big crowd. So, and we know that from, this is another example of the same problem. And so I feel like you as the body that ultimately has to adopt it, there's a way in which the Planning Commission and our department should be able to interact with you to ensure that you are comfortable with the contents of the document and the way they get applied. And the way we should do that is specific to your needs. And we should tailor what we want, what we do from now till the end around that need. If you're also saying that you feel the need to see more compelling evidence that there's public participation, that's okay. And what I would say in response to that is I would ask for time to invent more non-conventional settings. And I think, in other words, what I'm trying to say is we're required to have a public hearing by statute, and you're required to have two. And I would view those as traditional parts of the adoption process that are turned into sort of set pieces and are not particularly effective at teaching you or the public about the meaning of the document and how it's going to work. So I think we need to find other ways to make sure that you get there before we hold the public hearings, so that those public hearings are successful in their own terms, but that's not the moment where you discover what's on page 74 and that kind of stuff. So I'm looking to you for guidance, and it doesn't have to be right now, given that
it must be after 10 o'clock.
No.
Darn close.
No, it's after 10 o'clock.
5 after.
So, it would be better if it wasn't now in some ways, believe me. But I would really like to have you spend some time thinking about how best you want to, take this on board. It could be field trips, it could be presentations from us to you that are shorter and more focused on just one or two topics in an evening, so that you can accumulate some knowledge. It could be, but we need to find out what's going to work for you, and then how much time we should devote to that, so that when the public hearings come around, you're comfortable with how they're going to roll.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce that back to you, because you know the document so well.
Right. Okay.
And that's obvious. I mean, all three of you.
Right.
And since you know the process that it's taken to get here,
yep.
I'm going to ask you to think about what's the most effective way to present it to us in chunks, and present it to us in a way that we're going to understand it. And then we're going to wind up having public meetings where that's presented. They'll be televised.
Right.
They'll be available for people to watch.
Right.
And people will or will not participate to the extent that they're interested. But why don't you think about mapping that out, think about what's a realistic time frame, recognizing there's other things that we're also dealing with,
right.
And whether it'll be done in May or whether it'll be done in July.
Right.
We'll fully participate, and we'll look to your recommendations about that, and I'll be happy to work individually with you in setting it up between now and 2 weeks or 4 weeks out.
Great.
For that plan.
That's really good.
There also are business-related service clubs that are organizations that you can go to, like go to the Rotary and make a presentation.
Yes.
I just think if this, I don't mean to say any disrespect, if there's a way to dumb it down, and get it.
Oh, it's just because it's late.
No, it's
really
not because no, and I love the color. The ones that you have.
They're
those.
great, aren't they?
And again, it's not a hopping topic.
It's a legal document.
And
it's hard.
I know.
It's
so.
hard.
Yes.
It's just
lawyers.
a long statute is what it is.
Right.
And you got to read from one into the other. Right.
Yeah.
So for
I'll do
David,
it,
he
but-
loves this stuff.
But we just need to make sure that the essence is presented.
Exactly.
Yes.
in a way that's understandable for everybody.
Right.
Everybody's not just us, but that it's presented in a way that's understandable for the community, so that essentially we can say we did our due diligence in doing this planning for the next 30 years. And you know, with the fluvial hazard erosion ordinance,
or whatever
it wound up bringing out a lot of opposition.
Yes.
To the point where the board rejected it, and exactly how it got to that point, I wasn't involved, and I don't expect it to happen here, but we need to get to a point where there's that level of understanding as well.
Right, so I think I'm operating with the understanding now that what we'd like to have is the public hearings being meaningful and informative, but not contentious, and not be the first and last moment where people feel like they've got an opportunity to provide feedback.
Unless there's something else for people to comment on right now, I want to thank you very much for making the presentation. I know the board didn't have this information before. It's way useful. And I think what we'll look for is 2 weeks from now, having sort of a mock-up of a plan about how we can move forward towards adoption, making sure that information is presented in the most effective way possible. We can get to understanding and public input.
Okay,
great. And I'm going to talk to the people that set the agenda. That
we knew it was going to be this way. There's meetings like this sometimes. I'm sorry.
No, I remember when this meeting was suggested. It's a light agenda.
The opposite. Okay, good.
Sure.
Good
All right.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks
and
so
thank
much.
you for staying up.
Yeah, you too.
All right, so
Gotta get home.
I think there's a couple of quick ones that we can handle now. So now I'm going to call the item relating to the Small Business Assistance Program representative. Stephen Morse is no longer at BDCC, and we have a BDCC representative on our Small Business Assistance Program Committee. And so we're looking for a motion to replace, although you don't replace people, to appoint Adam Grinold instead of Stephen Morse as the person who holds the BDCC seat on the Small Business Assistance Program Board. Kate?
I move that we accept the resignation of Stephen Morse from the Small Business Assistance Program and appoint Adam Grinold to the Small Business Assistance Program.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and opposed or abstaining, that carries 5-0. The other thing is the first readings of the pay-as-you-throw and on-street parking ordinances. What I'm going to do is ask Patrick to give us a 3-minute overview of what are the changes in the garbage ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. I will keep my comments brief. I'm certainly aware of the late hour. Changes to the Chapter 7 solid waste ordinance have been recommended by the Pay-As-You-Throw Committee, and they largely relate to a couple of different additions and removals to the document. Principally, the addition is to Article 11, which includes variable rate pricing in the description of variable rate pricing for the Pay-As-You-Throw program. Another major change has been the removal of Article 16, which has previously been called regulations, which is where a variety of specific recyclable items were enumerated. That's being pulled out of the ordinance. For one reason, it's being covered in the future by state law. And secondly, in order to provide some flexibility in our coordination with the solid waste district, we're going to itemize the types of items that can be recycled, et cetera, in a separate program description, which is going to be referred to outside of the ordinance. It's going to be made available to the public both in print form and on the town's website. So that's going to be where people are going to be able to find out information about what and how they can recycle certain items. In addition to that, a number of the definitions have been updated. Some Outdated language has been removed throughout the document. References to composting have been put in place where appropriate, and a variety of minor edits and clarifications have been made. The document has been reviewed with the changes being put forward by the Page to Throw Committee. It's been reviewed by staff, by town legal counsel. It's been further scrutinized by Chairman Gartenstein. And if there are any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, so the purpose of this agenda item as to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 7, is that by law we need to have 2 public readings of the proposed changes to the ordinance before we have our public hearing to adopt the or to consider and then vote on adoption of changes to the ordinance. So, for the public reading of the proposed amendments to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 7, what I'm going to note is that a complete version of the proposed changes have been provided to the Select Board. They've been posted online with proposed strikeouts and additions included on virtually every page of Chapter 7 of the ordinance relating to the collection, of the ordinance regulating the collection and disposal of solid waste. This constitutes the first public reading of these proposed changes to the ordinance, and they're publicly available online. Anybody who's interested in obtaining a copy can obtain a copy in the town manager's office, and we'll be scheduling another public reading and then a public hearing with respect to these proposed changes to the ordinance. When, Patrick?
In 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. Any questions or comments from the board about the public reading we've just had of the amendments to the provisions in Chapter 7 of the Code of Ordinances relating to collection and or changes to the on-street metered parking ordinance? Patrick, if you could summarize those in 2 minutes.
Sure. In 2 minutes. It recently came to light that a certain section where parking meters exist, which is on the southerly side of High Street, that there was no ordinance backing enforcement of parking regulations at that site. So in preparation for what I knew had to be a change to our ordinance in order to codify that as an on-street metered area, we took a look at the entire section and sort of ground truth that what we found was a number of locations where parking meters had been removed years ago, in some cases as many as 11 years ago, and no change to the ordinance was made. So we went through the process of sort of verifying that everywhere that the section for on-street parking meter areas meshes with the facts on the ground. And in addition to that, we took the time to eliminate reference to specific business names. For example, Lawton's Dry Cleaners, and instead have put in place more durable points of reference, such as distances from certain intersections. So a series of changes are put in place here, and this will serve to back up our parking enforcement activities.
Is it fair to say that what's in the proposed amendments to
on-street metered parking?
The on-street metered parking ordinance now will reflect the reality of what exists on the ground?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Peter?
Yeah, Dick, to just add one quick thing, which is a heads up to the select board that recently we've encountered a concern related to the appeal process when someone thinks they've erroneously received a violation of some kind. we're looking at that question, and we anticipate coming back to you fairly soon with an additional amendment that will provide more explicitly how that appeal process functions. It's appropriate to proceed because these changes need to be made in order to make it accurate, because we've been inaccurate. We think you should proceed with this. We're not sure exactly how soon we'll be back to you about the appeal process, but when we come back, I didn't want you to be startled by that and wonder why, in a matter of just a few months, we'd be addressing the same part of the code.
All right, so once again, by law, we're required to have 2 public readings and then a public hearing on proposed amendments to an ordinance. And what I'll note is that in the materials provided to the select board and published online on the town's website are a page-by-page series of changes to the regulations governing the control of traffic and parking meter locations, on-street metered parking locations. These specific changes are being subject to public reading by their publication in those locations, and in this select board meeting as presented. Is there any further comment or input from anybody on the board? All right, and Patrick will be having our second public reading and our public hearing on these on-street metered parking ordinance amendments also in 2 weeks?
Yes.
All right, very good. The only other thing on the agenda right now is a discussion of PACE, Property Assessed Clean Energy, and unless Mr. Scholes wants to talk about it now, we're going to move it to another meeting.
No, we're going to do it in a minute because I'm not going to talk about it.
All right, so go ahead.
The only thing on this is I'm passing out a sheet that's now, Patrick, I'm sure you want to see this, that 2 developments in the PACE program that have added to the urgency of our finding the language that allows us to participate. One is that Efficiency Vermont has established a similar program called Heat Saver, and in both programs, the interest rate has fallen dramatically. And they're actually for people whose adjusted gross income is under, well, you can look on the chart, but there are actually no interest loans available for, and this is a really terrific opportunity for residents to save money on their energy costs, to basically have more money to pay taxes with.
So John O'Connor, Bob Fisher, and Patrick Moreland had significant concerns that resulted in us not going forward with PACE about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And VLCT did some surveys with other Vermont communities about whether or not going forward with PACE was feasible. And what we'll ask administration to do is to re-examine the inquiry to see whether there's a way we can join into PACE now.
And it's on the next agenda.
Yeah. All right.
That's it.
Is there any further business? Oh, on the 23rd, we need to have an organizational meeting followed by the public hearing on the CDBG Urgent Needs Grant. Can we pick the time now? It's Monday the 23rd. I can tell you right now that after 5 or 5:30 is the only thing that's going to work for me that day, unless it's at 6:30 in the morning. Anybody else? No, at this point?
I can do it at night.
5:30, Monday, 23rd?
5 or 5:30, yeah.
All right, 5:15, Monday the 23rd. Be there or be square. We're ready for motion to adjourn.
So we got the calendar.
No calendar.
We missed that.
That's
Yeah, while we were gone, Peter
Donna
bumped it.
missed that.
All
I
right.
missed it.
All right, we're ready for motion to adjourn.
Got it.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed or abstaining? That carries 5-0. Thank you, members of the press. Thank you, ASL interpreters. I don't recall the last 4-hour select board meeting. Thank you, anybody who's still watching. Good night.
That'd be nobody.